Thank you. Well, good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, April 30th, 2024, and it is our pleasure to welcome all of you to the board chambers. We have a packed house for those of you who can't see the room, and welcome to our students and our parents. And those of you that are joining us online, we're glad you're here. So today's an exciting day. We have a lot of the math contest is always one of our favorite things that we do every year. So we're really glad you're here. And we have a little business to attend to first, but then we'll jump into the contest, which is why you're all here. So with that, it is my pleasure to invite Daniel Burnett of the Shingle Springs Band of Miwoks to join us in our to lead our invocation this morning. So Mr. Burnett, you are new to this part of our agenda, and we are just delighted to have you with us this morning,
Good morning,
and leading
everybody.
us in prayer and reverence.
It's an honor to be over here and
thank
bless
you.
your guys' meeting. My name is Daniel Burnett with the Shingle Springs Rancheria, traditional dancer, danced for about 12 years. And I also have the pleasure of sitting on tribal council and serving my people as well. So I'm a warrior for my people, just like you guys are a warrior for this community.
I love that.
So I'm just going to do a short song for you guys to start your meeting off and just get the blood going. And it's a blessing song. It's an Eagle song. So I want to bless you guys with that this morning. I'm going to go ahead and start now. And after we're done in the native way, we say ho instead of clapping when we're done. So,
Right.
So like I said, it's the Eagle song. Mahatanana panahaya chohele mana. Mahatanana panahaya chohele mana. Yo ke mana, yo ke mana. Chohele ma panahaya. Mahatanana panahaya chohele mana. Mahatanana panahaya chohele mana. Yo ke mana, yo ke mana. Chohele ma panahaya. Mahatanana panahaya chohele mana. Mahatanana panahaya chohele mana. Yo ke mana, yo ke mana. Chohele ma panahaya. Ooh. So that was a short song for you guys.
Yeah.
Hope you guys enjoyed it and have a blessed day. I hope you guys get a lot of good business done. And thank you for having me this morning.
Oh. Thank you so much. That was a beautiful traditional blessing and a wonderful way to start our morning. We appreciate you being with us. And with that, Supervisor Turnbull, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and invite everyone to join us?
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Awesome.
Sounds better with kids.
That does.
That was the best Pledge of Allegiance we have had all year. That was awesome. With that, we move into the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar, which won't take too long, I promise. I will ask my colleagues if they have any changes or comments at this point. Supervisor Lane?
No items, madam.
Thank you.
No
Vice Chair
changes.
Hyla? Supervisor
No
Turnbull?
changes.
No
Supervisor Pelly?
changes.
Excellent. I don't have any changes either. So at this point, we will take comment on the consent calendar. So Kim, can you please open that up, please?
Now taking public comment on items on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Once again, this is a comment on anything on our consent calendar. I'm not seeing any, so let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, excellent. We will bring this back to the board for action. I will entertain a motion.
I'll move.
Moved by
Second.
Supervisor Carlin, seconded by Supervisor Turnbull. Any final discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. And with that, we're done. All right. Now it is my pleasure to open up the 9 a.m. allocation, which is the Board of Supervisors presenting awards to the 28th Annual Student Map Drawing Contest. So Kim, can you please open this item up?
Item number 23 comes from the Board of Supervisors presenting awards to the winners of the 29th Annual Student Map Drawing Contest hosted by the county and sponsored by the local organization and professional surveyors, architects, geologists, and engineers.
And it's my pleasure to invite our surveyor up. Good morning, and thank you for bringing this to our board. It's always a crowd favorite every year.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. It's my pleasure to have the Sage Map Contest 23-24 again this year. I love it. It's always fun to do, and we had a pretty good showing this year. It was about the same as last year. It wasn't like years before, but we're getting back into it. So hopefully it'll start picking up. And without further ado, I'll introduce Justin Cisneros. He's the president of Sage.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good morning, Mr. Ciceros.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board. My name's Justin Cisneros. I am the current president of SAGE, which stands for Surveyors, Architects, Geologists, and Engineers. We are a local professional organization within the County of El Dorado and have been assisting the community for over 50 years. The purpose and objective of SAGE is to provide and share technical expertise with the members of the community. In addition, we engage with public agencies and the community leaders regarding the things of our profession. Additionally, SAGE provides a service to the youth of our community by sponsoring and hosting the annual Student Map Contest. Over the past 30 years of the map contest, SAGE has donated over $70,000 in awards and prizes to the top students that have participated in this county-wide contest. SAGE would like to thank the County Surveyor's Office, RCD, and the Board of Supervisors, and the volunteers that continued for their continued support for this community event. This year we saw over 350 map entries.
Wow.
Ranging from kindergarten to 12th grade. Judging, it was based on the criteria that was specific to each grade and completed by the volunteers. Today, we're here once again to acknowledge the effort they put forth. Please join SAGE in the County of El Dorado in celebrating this year's map contest winners. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My goodness, 350 entries. Hey, if you say you're trying to get it back, my goodness, that's a ton of entries. Oh. Oh, wow. Well, I think
really?
the momentum's building again, and we're always just blown away by the depth of expression and the broad array of what you all choose to map. It's just really exciting. So how this is going to go is we're going to break it down by grade, and each of us supervisors will be presenting the winners in each category. And so Vice Chair Heidel, would you like to start us off?
Yes, certainly. Thank you. And it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you all for this great event today. And based upon our tradition, what we do is we invite the student to come forward and to show us which map was theirs, and then to talk a little bit about the inspiration that went into creating the map. So we're going to start with the kindergartners, and we actually have a tie for third place this year. So at this point, I'd like to invite Nash Overmeyer up from Camino Polytechnic. Is Nash here? Nash, all right. Welcome. So can you show us which one of the maps is yours? You can't remember? Let's see. Let's see. Mila's. That was this one here? Okay, great. So tell us, what was your inspiration in creating the map? What were your thoughts?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? But you were inspired, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So very good. So outstanding. It looks like a great map. You've got north, south, east, west on there. So you got orientation. That's part of a map. Everything looks wonderful. So, and what I'm seeing here is things like, let's see, the kitchen, the bedroom, the living room, so it looks like your home, and then you have the chicken coop and everything. So this is your homestead, right? This is your property you live on with all the amenities around it. So very good. And I think we want to stay up here because we're going to hand out the certificates, I guess, all at once and take a photo. Is that the format? Okay, excellent. So if you just stand over here and you can face the audience, and we're going to bring up your other cohorts. You can look this way and just relax. You're good. All right. So the other tie for third place is Violet Listenby, and she's from American River Charter. Is Violet here? There she is. Violet, what a beautiful name. Kind of like a flower, right? Can you show us which map is yours?
It was that one.
This one here? Okay. And says house and home. So this was about your property as well, where you live, right? So what was the inspiration in creating the map?
So I was trying to like write our house in the backyard and stuff, and it's like so there's like plants in the backyard and the sun.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. Do you have a garden this year? You don't think so yet, maybe? Okay, maybe a flower garden or something. So, all right, well, congratulations on tying for third place. So if you'd stand here as well, then we'll bring up a second place winner. And this is Mila Shank from Camino Polytechnic. A lot of Camino Polytechnic on this one. So congratulations, Camino Polytechnic. So is Mila here? Okay, it doesn't look like Mila made it. So we'll give her a reward and make sure she gets it somehow. So then let's go to first place. Da-da-da-da-da, drum beat, right? The first place winner at the kindergarten level is Riley Randall from Camino Polytechnic. Surprise, surprise. Is Riley here? Well, good morning, Riley. Which map is yours?
I don't know.
Well, let's see here. Can we figure it out? This one. There you go. All right. So what we're showing here is Camino School and the parking lot and the buildings and the fields and everything else. So what was it that inspired you to come up with this? What was it that really hit your mind that creating this particular map?
I don't know.
Okay. So it's been a while since you did the map?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Well, you're the first place winner, so stand over here and face the audience, please. So I think now we're going to give out your awards. So we had a tie for third place, second place is not here, and then our first place winner is Riley. So. There you go. Oh, nice. Gift cards too.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. Excellent. So we're going to take a photograph, I guess, at this point. Is that what you want to do? Photo? Okay, you got it all the photos done. Then again, a round of applause for our winners at the kindergarten level. Thank you all for your participation. Okay, you can go and sit down with your parents now. All right, thank you. So moving on to first grade. And we had a tie for second place here. And so let's bring up Benton Whitaker from Sutter's Mill. Is Benton here? Morning, Benton. So can you show us which map is yours? All right, that one there. So, and this is Sutter's Mill School. So what was your creation all about? What inspired you to create this map?
I forget.
You forget? Okay. So you've got a layout of the school itself, the ME room, MP room, multi-purpose, right? Multi-purpose room, the library, the classrooms, all kinds of great things. So you got the cafeteria marked, the nurses' quarters. Wow, that's really, really creative and very, very colorful, obviously. So very good. So come on down here again, and we'll have you stand over here, and we'll bring up the second person who tied for second place to join us. And that is James Fowler from Camino Polytechnic. Surprise, surprise. James here. Okay. So James isn't here, but we'll make sure he gets the award. And then at first place, our big winner is Avella Lupaga from Camino Polytechnic. Isabella, very, very sweet name. So which map is yours? Show us. The one on top up there, huh? So up here. So this is Isabella's home. So tell us a little bit about your home and what you've got on the property. What have you got on your property?
Home.
Home? You got your home? What else have you got? I see.
Goats.
Okay. Goats. Yep.
A chicken coop.
Chicken coop. Yep. Yep. Cats. Dog. What else? What other animal? It hops around.
Rabbit.
Rabbits. So you have a real mixture of animals on your property, don't you? And do you help feed them? That's one of the big things, is you have to make sure they have food and water and they're well taken care of, huh? So I bet you do a wonderful job of helping mom and dad with that, huh? Okay, so let's bring you back down here and we'll get the photographs and present the awards. All right, again, gift cards and medals. All right, let's have a round of applause for our first graders. Look at the camera. Look at the phone. All right, thank you very much. You can go back and join your parents now. All right, moving on to second grade. Our third place winner is Harrison Paris, Camino Elementary. So show us your map, Harrison. That one there, okay. And it says my home and a lot of other things. So how would you describe your map?
It's my home.
Yep. What's in your home?
I have my spider dome. I have my trampoline. I have my swing set. And that's it.
I see something over here called a fort.
A sort of tree house we're still working on.
Nice.
Hey, outstanding. That's the kind of stuff I used to do when I was a kid. We had dug underground forts and we built overground forts and places you could just kind of hang out. Kind of a man cave for kids, right? All right, great features. But you got all the amenities here, so very nice job. Thank you. Let's bring you down here. Okay, moving on to second place, Riley Ward, Camino Elementary. Riley. So share with us your map. One up here? Oh, this one here. Okay. Wow, this one looks like a traditional. What inspired you to do it in that kind of a format?
I was thinking that we could make it different from all of them.
Different, yes.
So me and my mom put it in coffee and tea and see which one worked better. And we also burned it.
Yes.
And my mom's dad actually accidentally made a hole in it.
That happens sometimes, huh? Well, it is truly unique. That's fantastic. So you showing stuff on here like your room, a path, bushes, trees, buildings, grass, pool. Boy, a lot of activity going on there. So wonderful, wonderful map. Congratulations. So come on back down if you would. Okay, so now to our first place winner at the second grade level, and that's Jana Hart. Is Jana here? And Jana is from Camino Elementary as well. So Jana, tell us a little bit about your map. Okay, this is Hart's house, right? So tell us about it.
I have my grandma and grandpa's house
Uh-huh.
and my house, and then I have my trampoline and all my plants.
Nice. So what kind of plants have you got?
I have apples and strawberries, blackberries, and Pears.
Wow, lots of fruit and lots of berries. So great. Okay, let's come down here. We'll give you your awards. And can we have a round of applause for the second graders? There you go. Excellent. So thank you very much. All right, you can rejoin your parents. Oh, okay. Excuse me. Come back. Please come back. Yeah. I thought we had the pictures, but not quite yet. So, all right. Very good. Thank you. So I'm going to hand this off then.
Thank you so much, Supervisor
Certainly.
Heidel and Supervisor Turnbull.
Here you go.
You know, this is an awesome day. Thank you all for coming out here, especially supporting these young children. Brian, you got a job openings? Future surveyors, right? Yeah. All right, so let's go to third grade. So Avelina Lopuga, Camino Polytechnic. Want to come up, please? Fantastic. Hi, how are you? You want to show me where your map is? Okay, my community. Can you explain? Go ahead. Can you explain?
This is my house.
Oh, okay. And I see you got your school right here, right?
Yes.
And then your church.
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain what's this right here?
This is our neighbor's house.
Your neighbor's house?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And this here? Is this all neighbors' houses too?
And no,
No?
this is Grandpa's house.
Grandpa's house?
Yes.
Okay. And this one?
Is on house.
Can't remember. That's okay. All right. Yeah, I see. And then you have all the kids in the school. That's pretty
Yes.
cool. So what's this here?
This is a bridge.
Oh, a bridge?
Yes.
Oh, cool. Anyway, great job. It's fantastic. It really is. What a beautiful map. All right, you want to come down here? Just stand right here. Stand right here. Okay. All right, next, third grade. Second place winner, Adeline Garcia, Sutter's Mill. Come on up. Nice to meet you. You want me to show you? Show me your map?
Oh, wow. Sweet.
Oh, wow. Wow. So is this all of it, El Dorado County? Is that what that is? Can you explain a little bit? Show me all the different areas and stuff?
Garden Valley, Lotus, Placerville, Camino, Summers, Diamond Springs, El Dorado, Grizzly Flats, Pollock Pines, Harbors, Twin Bridges, and South Lake Tahoe.
And South Lake Tahoe. Awesome. What a beautiful map. Have you guys see this? This is gorgeous. It's amazing. It really is. Great job. Come on down here. Stand right here. Stand right there. Okay, first place. There's a tie, actually. Kinsley Robbins, Sutter Mill. Up. Hi, how are you? Come on up here. All right, show me your map. Oh, the
So-
El Dorado County Fair.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
awesome.
I did the fair office, the director's tent, the director's room, the mayor entrance. I did like the shopping center. I did like everything there, the gates.
Yeah.
And I also do these animals on direct.
All the animals? This
Yeah.
needs to be put up at the fairgrounds.
Yes.
Seriously, it's beautiful. Unbelievable. And she's got everything here. You got the bicycle, the rodeo. Oh man, it's armory right up here. Great. And you even got the Railway Shopping Center over here. So that's really awesome. What a great job. You did a great job.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Am I there? Okay, first place, Logan Neal, Sutter's Mill. Come on up, Logan. How are you? Good. Come on up here. You can show me your map. Oh, that's yours? Okay, can you want to explain that?
So, right here I have a search and find,
Uh-huh,
and then I have the soccer field and baseball fields,
uh-huh,
and then I have little things that show more detail.
uh-huh.
I have some rafting places all along the South Fork American River,
Awesome.
and got my key,
Yeah,
and I put Coloma Lotus in 3D letters.
yeah, that's awesome. You actually got the bridge right here too, Lori, Mount Murphy Bridge.
There you go. All right.
Raphael,
Detail.
you take notice. He does draw very, very well. No, this is fantastic. It really is. What a great map. Thank you. Congratulations. Come on down here. So I want to thank all the winners here for the third grade class. Pictures? Okay. Fantastic. Give them all a hand, please. Yeah, great job. Great job. Fantastic. Okay. All right. Fantastic. All right. Now moving on to fourth grade. Third place. Rentero Tachichi, to be, I guess that's it. Camino Polytechnic. Come on up. How are you? Good. Want to come up here and show me your map? Okay. Can you go ahead and explain what you got here?
Lighthouses.
Lighthouses?
Mm.
Wow. Yeah, that's fantastic. It really is beautiful. Oh, man, there's a lot of lighthouses, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Point Reyes, Point Arena. Let's see. I've visited all these lighthouses up from San Francisco on up and stuff like that on Highway 1. It's very beautiful. If you guys been there, I'm sure you all have. But it's fantastic.
Yeah.
What a great map. It really is. Anything else you want to talk about on this map? No? Okay, all right. Okay, fantastic job. Come on down here. Stand right there? Yeah. Okay, Hana Pate, Civil Valley.
Hannah.
Hi, how are you? Come on up here. Okay. Show me your map.
This one?
Oh, cool. So, what does that say?
Blooms.
Super brooms?
Blooms.
Balloons, okay, super balloons, okay. You want
So,
to explain a little bit?
Yeah, so super blooms are when it rains a lot in one area and a bunch of flowers grow. So in Oceanside, California, there are paintbrush flowers, and then in LA, there are California poppies and desert lilies.
Uh-huh.
In Santa Barbara, there are chocolate lilies and baby blue eye flowers. In Santa Cruz, there are yellow mustard flowers. In Santa Clara, there are buttercups, and at Folsom Lake, there are lupin flowers.
Yep, lupins, yeah, very, very common.
And then national parks are the tents, and the mountains are mountains.
All right, great job.
Thank you.
Anything else you want to talk about?
No.
You okay? Okay. Come down here. Okay, first place is Grant Secondton. Gold Trail. That's where I went to school, Gold Trail, many years ago now. Come on up here. Want me to show me your map? Here you go. Can you explain? Go ahead.
This is my map. And it is the Native Americans tribes of California and languages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got the different ones, different tribes, huh? Can you explain some of them?
Not really.
Okay. Awesome. That's a great map. It really is. It's interesting, all the different tribes, and a lot of people probably don't know, there's all kinds of different tribes in California. And I'm Cherokee, Choctaw, and Miwok. I know a lot of people, I don't think they know that, but I am. Great job. Fantastic is what it is. Yeah, you're welcome. It's unbelievable what these kids and their maps are just absolutely beautiful. And all the thought and everything that goes into these maps are just amazing. It really is. Got it?
My way. All right. Nice. Thanks, you guys.
So give the fourth grade class a hand, please. What a great job. Great job. Okay, moving on to the fifth grade class. Third place is Sonora Heron, Gold Oak School. Come on down. Good. Come on up here.
Welcome.
Okay, here you go. Take that. Explain a little bit on your map. and
This
show
is
us.
my map. I wanted to do this because I really liked flowers and how many different kinds of flowers that there were.
Uh,
And my favorite one is the sunflower.
The sunflower?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got it in Kansas. Is
Kansas,
is
yeah.
that the state flower?
Yeah,
It is.
every
Awesome.
state flower.
Awesome. So these are all the state flowers then?
Yeah,
You know what California is?
California poppy.
That's right. That's really awesome. It really is. Can you explain Wyoming? What's this one?
That's I think that's a Indian red paintbrush flower.
Uh-huh.
I forgot.
Uh-huh. And Oregon?
I forgot that one.
That's all right. I'm putting her on the spot. Sorry, guys. So anyway, and can you explain this one here?
That is a certain kind of rose. I forgot what kind it is though.
Awesome. Really, really neat map.
Thank you.
Beautiful. It really is, especially putting all the flowers together with all the different states. It's an awesome job. Great job. You're welcome. Okay. Keaton Leary, Gold Trail. How are you? Come on up here. Okay, here, I'm going to turn this over to you and you can explain your map. Okay?
Yeah.
Is this one? Which one's yours?
This one.
Oh, okay. You want to explain a little bit? It says United Animals of America.
Yeah. I
I did the United States of America about the animals.
Oh, cool. Can you explain some of it?
The California animal is a grizzly bear.
Yes, it was. Yep. And then you got buffalo in Wyoming. Let's see. Bighorn sheep in Colorado. New Mexico is a black bear. Let's see. I'm trying to see all these different ones. It's amazing is what it is. And white-tailed deer in Illinois. Okay. Pretty cool. Florida, you got the dolphin. And what else?
Yeah.
And in Alabama is black bear. Okay,
Yeah.
awesome job. Oregon is the beaver.
Mhm.
Okay, and what do you got here?
Orca whale.
Washington is the orca whale. It's amazing all the different animals in the different states that he put together. That's a great job. Beautiful map. Beautiful. Come on down here. Okay. All right. So first place is Marina Lupa. Camino Polytechnic. Or Ariana. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Come on, Ariana. Weren't you up here before? Come on up here. Okay, explain your map. This one? Okay, here. Tell us a little bit about it.
I did a map about trees because I like trees.
It's the United States of Wood, a US map of state trees. Beautiful map. You guys got to see this. It's gorgeous. Can you explain a little bit? So California, you got the redwoods.
Yes.
Correct? Trying to see some stuff. I need my glasses. Sorry. But anyway, all right. So this is really neat. Beautiful. Colorado blue spruce. Utah is the quaking aspen. We got a lot of them here, right here in California too.
Yes.
No, this is a great map. It really is. Beautiful map.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Come on down here. You know, it's really amazing how much thought goes into these maps. There's a lot of thought. A lot of good things too. Congratulations all. So that's our 5th grade class. Please give them a hand. Stand right here. He's not done yet, so. Thank you. Great job, everyone. Thank you. Now who's next?
Now Supervisor Parlin is up. Thank you so much, Supervisor Turnbull.
You're welcome.
And we'd like to thank the Mountain Democrat for being here today and documenting this historic day. So thank you so much, Eric. We appreciate you being here. Yeah, it's a great day. Thank you for documenting this.
Here you go, Lori. You're on.
All right. Oh, Surveyor, you had
I
something to
just
say?
remembered. I always forget to mention it, but George reminded me. All these maps will be on display during the fair.
Oh, perfect, perfect. So the community can
Yeah.
see them.
Do you know which room?
It,
Are the Corker Building?
yes.
Yeah.
Corker Building.
perfect.
Got it.
All right.
Excellent.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Brian. Appreciate that. Great.
All right. With that, I get to introduce the 6th graders. And I have to say, Gold Trail School, you have outdone yourselves.
Yay!
There are 6 winners in the 6th grade because we have a 3-way tie for 3rd and a 2-way tie for 1st. So there's going to be quite a group up here. So be ready. We'll start with one of our 3rd place tie winners. Why am I having a hard time seeing in the dark over here? Hold on. Oh, here's a light.
Yeah.
Yeah. Athena Smith, Gold Trail School. Come on up. Show me your map. Oh, all right. And it is exotic animals in Australia. You want to tell us why you chose to do that?
I've always really liked animals, like I had a connection with them, and there's just thought it'd be a cool map to do.
Do you have a favorite exotic animal up there? I don't even know how to say that. Do you know how to say that? What is that? No. I go on dictionary.com and have it pronounce it for me. So it looks like some kind of a qual. And then this guy, love this guy.
Platypus, yeah.
Platypus, that's a favorite.
Flaming robin, red lace butterfly, and a fairy penguin.
Very good. Do you want to travel to Australia someday and see all the exotic, they have insects, you name it. It's crazy over there, it sounds like. So I'll go with you if you go. Tell me, I'll get a ticket, okay? So congratulations. And then I think we'll have you guys, we'll go back down to where the trophies are, I guess, because we're going to have you all line up there. All right. Oh, thanks, Supervisor Farrell. And then next third place tie is August Hayes. Gold Trail School. I know we got a lot of stuff up here. Come on up. August, which map is yours? Oh, 15 most dangerous animals of the world. And tell us why you chose that.
Well, I guess I just really like animals.
Dangerous ones? Do you think any of these also are in Australia?
This crocodile lives in Australia.
Crocodile, Australia. Did you have a favorite dangerous animal?
No,
No, not really. I'm surprised. I tend to like to watch nature shows that display these guys. And does everybody remember the honey badger? Fun animals. So, well, congratulations. Let's come on down here. Where the trophies are? I know logistically we're spread out. Yeah, we'll be fine. Okay, our other third place tie winner is Abby Cook. Gold Trail School. Not that I have a bias or anything because it's in my district. Which map is yours? Oh, nice. Let's see. The Caribbean's best instruments. Ooh, tell us about that. Why'd you choose instruments? Absolutely.
I always really liked music, and I thought it was just like something that not a lot of people would like think about to do. And I put like Bob Marley in here because the Caribbean. And I just thought that it would be cool to do like instruments. And yeah.
Really nice. Did you have a favorite instrument of any of them? Have you played any of these? Or?
Definitely not.
No.
Probably only maracas.
Maracas.
But I really like the tambora or a guitar or something like that.
Good. And do you have plans someday to probably travel to the Caribbean?
Yes, if I could.
Yes. Again, if you're going, tell me, I'll travel with you. I'm kidding. No. All right. So yeah, there you go. See? All right. So we have a second place winner, Wyatt Little. Gold Trail School. Which map is yours? Oh, good. It's the tall one because you're extremely tall.
It's called the Behemoth.
The Behemoth. Oh, very good. Okay. And you want to take this and tell me about it?
So I got the idea to do dots from looking at some cattle maps. Because that's how you do a cattle map, you do them by dots. And I thought, why not just do that for something else? So I did the world's vegetation and I did it by dots. So the more condensed the dots are, the more vegetation there is there.
Right, okay, I get it now. And then I love your vegetation fonts at the top. Very creative. I'm a fontaholic, by the way, so love that. Very neat. He's got little vegetation just threaded in all over this map. It's really neat. And then when you come up and see these later, it shows the shadowing kind of with the density of the dots. Very nice. Well, good. Thank you so much and congratulations. Okay, again, we have a tie for first place, so we'll start with Jacob Neal. Come on up, Jacob. Which map is yours? Oh, nice. Let's see, most popular sport by continent. Okay, you want to tell me how you chose this? And
So I've always loved sports, all kinds mostly, and so this is the most popular sport by continent. For example, Asia is basketball. Australia or Oceania is Australian rules football, and North America is football.
love it. Do you, what's your favorite sport?
Baseball. It isn't.
All right, which is, no, North America is football.
Yeah.
American football, not soccer. Sorry. That one took me a long time. I'm not that into sports. So very good. Congratulations. And our other first place tie winner is Isaac Abbott. Did I mention they are all from Gold Trail School? Which one? Oh my gosh, iconic comic book characters of the world. Oh, these are fabulous, you guys. You want to tell me a little bit about it?
So my dad and I have always really loved comics and reading them in general. And I haven't really ever done a map like this before, really. So I really wanted to do one like this.
Oh my gosh, do you have it? Oh, I recognize One Piece over there. Love that one. Did you have a favorite?
Yeah, One Piece.
Oh, you like One Piece? Yeah, it's a great show. So, well, very nice. I love it. And the characters are, I mean, I recognize all of them. So well done. Congratulations. All right, let's go on. Do we end up here? Just go get,
Yes, yes, you took the time to go.
great.
Nice sweet, G3. Yeah. Just kidding.
Yeah, we're a big group. Okay, everybody, photo time. Good. All right. Congratulations to our sixth graders. Carla, where were you? Oh, one more time. Sorry. All right. Thank you. Okay. Let's move on to our seventh graders. Let's see. Third place. This time there's only three. Third place, Christina Yu from Valley View Charter. Join me up here. Oh, is Christina not here? Okay. We'll move on to Sienna Isagar from Gold Trail School. I bet Sienna's here. Come on up. Which map is yours? Ooh, more flowers, love flowers. So State Flowers of America. You want to tell us about this and why you chose to do this?
I did State Flowers of America because I've always really liked flowers.
Have you ever visited a super bloom or anything?
What did you say?
Did you hear the super bloom about that when the big rains and all the wildflowers? I want to go visit one of those too. So if anybody's going to see a super bloom, let me know. I want to go do that too. I have a big bucket list. So do you have a favorite flower?
I really like just the California poppy.
California poppy. And are they blooming right now? It's beautiful right now out there. We have the lupin and the poppies out there. So, well, congratulations. Your detail on the flowers is just lovely. Very nice. Do you want to go down and wait for us by the trophies? And then in first place, we have Julie Hyatt from Camino Union. Is Julie here? Darn. Okay, well then we're gonna get Sienna her trophies or her medals and gift cards, and the others will get them from their teachers, I'm sure. Fun fact, I actually went to Camino Elementary School.
I didn't know that.
I did.
Oh.
All right, congratulations to our seventh graders. So for eighth grade, we have 4 winners because there's a first place tie. So we'll start with our third place winner. I'm looking for the light. Samia Thakur from Rolling Hills Middle School. Did I say it wrong? Is it Samira? Samia. Okay, I said it wrong anyway. Samia. And which map is yours? Oh, nice. Let me see. Cruising in the United States. Ooh, do you want to tell us about this?
I went on a road trip a couple years ago, and it was like around Yosemite, and it kind of like gave me the idea to a road trip map.
Oh, yeah. So you went to Yosemite. Do you have other road trips planned?
No.
No. Did your map inspire you though? Are you thinking
Yeah.
of some? Yeah. Where do you think you might want to go next?
I kind of like the one that starts at Maine, like
Maine.
up there and goes down.
Nice. Very good. Well, if I'm looking for a road trip, I know who to call for a map. So thank you. Congratulations. Very nice. Looking forward to hearing if you do some cruising. Do you want to join us? Okay, in second place, we have Aaliyah Gunderson from Valley View Charter. So Aaliyah, which map is yours? Is it? Oh, my reading glasses need to be a higher resolution. I'm sorry. It's Ella. Ooh, okay. Top 10 richest people in America. Ooh, tell us about this and why you chose it.
I just thought it was really interesting, how people got rich and what they own. And I don't know.
Did you end up having to do a lot of research for this?
Yeah,
Yeah. A lot. Did you find any of these rich people more interesting than others?
Kind of mostly like how popular their like tech stuff, whatever they own is.
Yeah, I'm noticing that too when you're looking at this. A lot of them are very techie, so kind of interesting how they got there. Well, neat. And what is the difference in the colors? I didn't.
So the green is just like where somebody doesn't live, and then the yellow is where somebody in the top 10 lives.
Oh, got it. Oh, wow. Okay, got it. Oh, neat. And there's your legend. I guess I should have read the legend. That's what maps are have to tell you things. So, well, congratulations. Thank you, Ella. Okay, so one of our first place tie winners is Angel Hammonds from Mountain Creek Middle School. So, Angel, I have an embarrassing question. Where is Mountain Creek Middle School?
Mountain Creek Middle School is in, oh my God, I can't.
Because I put you on the spot.
Somerset. It's Somerset.
Oh, very good.
And it's a really good school. It's tiny, but all the people there are really nice.
Oh, that's so good to hear. And thank you for that. I had no idea where that was. So tell me about your map.
Okay, so I wanted to do all the best known foods that each place has. So avocado toast for California, brisket for Texas.
Yeah.
I mean, I was like, you know what? People really like food. I like food. Why not do food?
Okay, well done. And the drawings of the food are quite detailed and making me hungry. So good job. This had to be really fun to make.
It was fun, but also I like stayed up really late. So
Well, very good. Well, congratulations. Thank you. And join us down at the trophy table there. And then our other first place tie winner is Sylvia Weatherford from Rolling Hills Middle School. Process of elimination. I'm going here. So you want to tell us about your map and why you chose to do this?
I chose to do state flowers because I've always had a really big passion for flowers.
I love all the, and she's filled up each of these states with flowers, you guys. It's beautiful. Do you have a favorite flower?
I like all of them.
You like them? It's really hard to choose. Do you do any gardening in the yard or anything and you plant flowers or?
Every once in a while. with my
Yeah,
mom.
how fun. Yeah, I love this time of year when everything's blooming and the bulbs, irises, you name it. Of course, our beloved California poppy. It's just really going to town right now. Well, congratulations. Thank you so much. I'll meet you down here. Did the students know they were competing for gift cards when they were doing the maps? Because boy, that would be, did you guys know? Oh my gosh, okay. That'd be a little inspiring and motivational to get a gift card.
Yeah.
I'm looking at them now, like, oh, those are, you want? Okay, photos.
I'm gonna go first.
Carly gets to go first. All right, congratulations to our eighth graders. And, oh, here's Supervisor Lane sneaking up behind me.
I'm always sneaking up behind you. You should know by now.
I wasn't prepared.
All right, I'm going to take it home with the high school entrance. And ironically, the older they get in grades, the shorter I will become. So we'll just put it out there. Let's go ahead and start with the freshmen. And we've got a second place winner from American River Charter, Adele Lazonbi. Adele, are you here? Congratulations. Tell us about your map.
So mine's places to go and see in California. So I put some fun stuff and I put some cool like nature stuff like Lake Tahoe. I think it'd be fun.
You're my winner, just for that. Good job. Good job. Congratulations. And then we have our first place winner in this category from El Dorado High School, Priya Abbott. Priya. You brought your whole little team here. Tell us about your map.
So I chose to do the 5 most iconic Lord of the Rings filming locations in New Zealand because I really like the Lord of the Rings. So we have the filming location for Fangorn Forest, the Rohan capital, Mordor, the Shire, and Rivendell.
Wow, you did a great job. This is really well done map. And for people who are fans of Lord of the Rings, this would probably go for some good money. Congratulations. You want me to take a picture?
Yeah.
Change the size
too.
See, watch, they're as tall as I am. This just goes downhill from here.
Yeah.
I think so too. There we go.
You can get in front of them, I guess.
There you go.
Okay.
All right. I'll make you look really.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations. Good job. All right, let's move to the sophomores. And we have third place from El Dorado High School, William Hauk. William? Congratulations. Tell us about your map.
It's the ethnic distribution of the Tuareg people.
And who are the Tuareg people?
They're a Berber tribe in northwestern Africa.
Wow.
I just picked a random thing because I thought it was interesting.
Right, right. That's how you learn. So tell us what you know about them.
They're they don't have their own country, but they are within a couple of different countries here. And they are mostly in the Sahara Desert. They move from town to town. They don't really live in one place. They just kind of move from place to place. And that's about it.
So that's fascinating. Do they move for a reason? Is it because of the season? Is it they do trading? What do they trade?
Anything.
Anything.
Yeah.
Wow. Super interesting. Good job. Thank you. Congratulations. Okay, and then we have our second place winner from Oak Ridge High School, Ariana Thakur. Are you here? She's not here. And I mispronounced her last name. Can you pronounce it for me? Thakur.
She just couldn't make it here.
Well, we're sorry that she didn't make it, but we'll make sure that she gets her award, and please tell her congratulations from us. Thank you. Okay, and so then we'll bring up our first place winner in the sophomore category from Oak Ridge High School, Jolene Baranday. Jolene? Which map is yours and why did you choose it?
Yeah, so this is mine, and I basically chose it because I'm taking AP World History this year, and in this class, like we learned a lot about like these places like the Great Wall of China or Chichen Itza or Machu Picchu, and I just thought it was really interesting, all these places, so yeah, I wanted to portray them in this.
Well, and I love that you focused on something so positive in a world that's so crazy right now. We need to remind ourselves that we have all these wonderful places and the world is still a good place. So thank you for doing that. Congratulations. First place.
Mix it up. Okay, on. That's a good idea. Can we get you in front of your maps? Or at least on this side?
Good idea. And there's stairs. Congratulations, sophomores. Good job. All right, and we have a first place winner in the junior section from American River Charter, Sarah Lizonby. Sarah. Sarah, before we talk about your map, I've noticed 3 Lizonbys on here. Are they both your sisters? Well, take note of that. Survey, geologists, architects, the whole Lizonby family qualified. Tell us about your map.
I watched a movie of the state parks and I just thought they were really beautiful. So I kind of made a map of the US with the state parks, like according to the state parks.
That is interesting. Have you been to any of the state parks? A few? Which ones?
Yosemite and the ones in California. Yeah.
You know, they talked about making Tahoe a state park at one point, and they didn't. And it's too bad. But we're working to preserve it. So there you go. Well, congratulations, first place winner. We'll just do pictures right here.
already done.
The thing about iPhones is you can't tell when they took the picture. You just freeze in time. Congratulations. You're welcome. All right. And then in the 12th grade category, our seniors, we have second place from who's a homeschool student, and her name is Shelby Mason. Shelby, come on down. Congratulations. Tell us about your map.
So my map is the UDA College Dance Team winners, and UDA is Universal Dance Association. So it's the national, I guess, competition for all the college dance teams. And as a dancer myself, I'm interested in it since I'm going off to college soon.
Where are you going?
I am officially committed to Tyler Junior College. It's out in East Texas.
Okay. Are they on your map? No, they're not on your map.
But the closest one is LSU. So after I graduate, I'm interested in going to LSU.
Oh, that's awesome. Congratulations. Are you interested in being an architect, a surveyor, a geologist? Nothing. Nothing. We got nothing. Congratulations. Yeah. And then our first place winner from Oak Ridge High School is Riley Rudnicki. Are you here, Riley? Congratulations. Tell us about your map.
So I'm in my 4th year of Japanese at Oak Ridge High School, and so I decided to do a map of Japan.
Did you write that at the top? Wow, that is beautiful. Really nice writing. Tell us about what you know about Japan and what attracts you to Japan.
Well, my freshman year, I decided to take Japanese, so that was my thing. So last year we learned about all the prefectures and the regions in Japan, so I thought might as well put that knowledge to good use.
Wakalimasu. That's all I know. What is your name? Congratulations. All right. One last category. Dying. Dying. Okay. Should I use my teacher voice? It's working.
I can. Oh, there we go.
You always have a solution.
I'll trade you. How about that? Oh,
Okay. Are you doing open?
yes.
Okay.
I'll trade you.
Okay. You literally will.
There
Thank
you
you.
go. All right. Thank you so much, Supervisor Lane. This next category is a really fun one. All the other ones have been fabulous too, but this one's a little different. This is the open category. So with this category, there were no rules. Any region, any form. This category was looking for something different and only limited by your imagination. So let's go over here. It is my pleasure to announce the 3rd place winner in the open category. And that is Aileen Bambi from Gold Oak Elementary. Come on up. Is Aileen here? She's not here. Okay, nuts. Well, congratulations. She was a 5th grader from Gold Oak Elementary and, okay. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I think it's on that side, yeah.
Thank you. It's like, thank you for that. All right, let's go back over here. Let's see if we can see her map. Shoot, I can't tell, but oh, these are gorgeous. Thank you for that. A classmate showed me which one is hers. The most friendly dragons in the Crimson Islands. Okay, now that is totally cool and Very different and beautifully done. We have mushroom dragons, flower dragons, moon dragons, cocoa dragons. That's awesome. Thank you for that. Appreciate your help on that. So let's give a round of applause for Aileen Bambi from Gold Oak Elementary. Please pass our congratulations on to her. And the second place winner is from Buckeye Union. She's in the Mandarin Immersion Program, and that's London Schnell. So, and London is not here today. Let's see, does anyone know, does anyone go to school with London? Okay, so this must be London. You rock, all right. So this must be London's, and this is Welcome to Sweetland. Oh, this is fun. This is candy corn bridges and peppermint castles and Sour Patch people and gingerbread houses and hard candy river. Oh my gosh, that is really fun. All right, now I wonder who the last winner is in this category. All right, may we have a drum roll, please. And the first place winner in the open category, come on down, Arjun Volant, come on down. Welcome. Pardon?
It's Argent Valiant.
Argent Valiant. My
Yeah.
apologies. All right. Well, please explain your map to us.
I created this. It's based on one of my favorite books. My favorite book series called Wings of Fire. They have 2 continents, 2 series. This is for the first series, and I have every location known in the series here.
Do you have a favorite location?
No,
No.
they're all amazing.
Wow. This is absolutely, I love the detail of your brush strokes. I like your line work, the detail of your maps from villages to bays to sea kingdoms to diamond caves. Oh my gosh, this is fabulous. It makes me want to read the book. Wow. What do you like best about the series?
It's interesting because it's about dragons. I really like the part where there's a dragon named Kibble, and he's like my favorite character in the entire book.
Oh, why do you like him best?
He's similar to me
In
in
what
some
way?
ways.
Fabulous?
No. Smart,
Okay.
witty
Yeah.
in some way.
You are both those things, and engaging and incredible. It's really well done. And you are from Gold Oak Elementary again, so pleasure to meet you. Thank you for your help and congratulations. It's beautiful work. Wow. First place gold. Looks good on you. Please give a round of applause to our open category winners. Well done. Thank you so much. Now we move in to the superstar winners. So it is my pleasure, when I call your name, I invite you to come on down and we will celebrate. So I'm going to put you on the spot, Brian. How do you categorize the superstar awards?
I believe the superstars have to do with how many times they've won in the past, and I'm not 100%.
Four or more.
Four or
Okay,
more.
that was important to get. So these young students have won 4 or more times. That's fantastic. Wow, that is really impressive. Okay, so with that, our first superstar is Isaac Abbott. Come on down. Congratulations, Isaac. And once again, you're from what school?
Gold Trail.
Gold Trail. And they get okay. Oh, let's see. That's your sister. Oh, well, that's your sister's. That's spoiler alert. There we go. Congratulations, Isaac. So go stand down here and we'll get a group picture when we're done. Oh, right down here, Isaac. Right here. All right. Your sister just has to hold on for a second. All right. The next superstar is Ariana Thacker. Come on down. Ariana. Not here. Okay. But we'll put her award right there. All right. The third Gold Star winner, 2024, Jacob Neal. Where are you, Jacob? can shake your hand too. Congratulations. All right, our next winner, Grant Seckington. Grant, come on down. Congratulations, Grant. Wow. And then the next one, Sister Priya Abbott. Congratulations, Priya. Wow, well done. And the last Superstar Award for 2024, Shelby Mason. Congratulations, Shelby. Wow, it's a great way to end your high school career. So let me behind you. Congratulations. Good. All right. Let's give a round of applause. And then we have two more awards, and these are our school awards. And drum roll, please. Love that. Our Outstanding Achievement Award School, and that means with the most winners is Gold Trail. There you go, Lori. Gold Trail. Let's see. So, okay. And you get the big one. Outstanding Achievement presented to Gold Trail Middle School for the Student Map Contest 2024. That is a gorgeous award, much deserved. Congratulations. Thank you. And oh, one more. And that award is a tribute to all of the volunteers and all of the students who put in so much time and effort to represent their school well. Congratulations. And then the School Spirit Award, which is a school with the most map entries, is Gold Trail.
Surprise, surprise.
Oh. And this is a plaque that goes on the surveyor's office. Is that correct, Brian? Okay, so memorialized forever. So very cool. Thanks. All right. You know what? Let's do something fun. Let's have all Gold Trail up here and get a picture with your award. So come, Gold Trail, come on down. Come on down. And we'll do it right in front of the podium. And I'll go back up here and let's get a group shot of Gold Trail.
Well done. Nice way to finish it.
Thank you. Let's give them all a round of applause. So once again, a hearty congratulations to all our winners, to the families, to the volunteers, to the SAGE participants who put on this, to the RCD for making this possible. This is an amazing contest that we look forward to every year. So congratulations to all of our winners for all your hard work. You are truly inspiring, and thank you for being with us today. So let's give everyone a round of applause. So with that, we'll take, do we take public comment on this? don't think so.
Typically.
No, we don't. That's
County
not-
Council, do we
So
need-
with that, we will take a 5-minute break and let you all get back to school and work. But thank you for being with us today and congratulations. All right. Well, that was a really fun way to start our morning with our Sage Map contest winners. And we're back. And we will now move on to items 24, 25, and 26. And I'd like to remind all of us that we have an hour to do the next three items before we have to be at the fairgrounds. So, all right. But we want to give all the time we need to each item. So with that, I open item number 24.
Item number 24 comes from the Chief Administrative Office Parks Division, recommending the board, 1, receive an update on the Parks and Trails Master Plan Update Master Plan process. 2, direct staff to utilize the 8 key themes resulting from outreach efforts to develop the remainder of the master plan. 3, direct staff to complete the master plan. And 4, direct staff to return to the board with a final draft of the master plan.
Well, welcome. We're delighted you're here. Looking forward to this.
Thank you. Good morning, board. Jennifer Franich, Chief
Boy, it's
Administrative
really quiet in
Office.
here. I'm sorry, I had to say that. It's quiet.
And we also have Zachary Paris. He's our new Parks Manager. And today we have an update for you on our Parks Master Plan. So Kim, if you could pull up PowerPoint. So this plan, once complete, is meant to provide a set of goals, policies, and implementation measures that's shaped by community input, recreation trends, and best practices. And it's meant to be a guide for our work in parks over the next 10 years. It will provide us a roadmap for how the overall system of parks and trails will be developed and managed, accounting for resource constraints and reflecting, again, those community priorities. Yeah. Here we go. It's working. Okay, so why update the plan? Well, first, our general plan has a policy 9.1.8 that says that the county must prepare and implement a Parks and Trails master plan. We do have a version from 2012, and it was updated, just minorly updated in 2017, but most of that plan has either been implemented or it's just out of date because our communities have changed, we've grown, and there's just new opportunities for us. So it's time to get a full update for the plan. And then last, the board has made the completion of the master plan a priority, and it is within our 2024 strategic plan. So this is a timeline of kind of where we've been and where we're going with the plan. We have completed our outreach, and I'm going to focus mostly on that. So I'll say more about that later in the presentation. The next steps for the plan will be to draft the remaining chapters, and that will include conducting a needs analysis, which will and then looking at park standards, goals, and policies, and then recommendations for funding and implementing improvements to our programs and park and trail facilities. The new plan will also create a schedule for pursuing recreation opportunities based on anticipated resources. And we hope that once we have this plan, it will really be a tool for staff to be referenced when making decisions and bringing recommendations to the board. So we think that we will be able to complete the plan this winter, and that will include going to the Parks and Rec Commission for review and then coming back to the board for final approval. So as I mentioned, we wanted to focus today on the community feedback we've received. Before we put pen to paper in any other way, we really wanted to extend the invitation to the entire community to give us feedback on what they thought we were doing well for Parks and Recreation and what we need to do more of and what their priorities are. So we focused heavily on community outreach and stakeholder feedback, and I'm going to go over a bit of what we did to try to get to that place. And you can see some pictures of our workshops there. We had a pretty good turnout, and we got a lot of really good feedback from the community that we can use for the plan. So our first step was developing our outreach objectives and then putting together a outreach plan to achieve those. And we continually talked about not wanting to just check the box when it came to community outreach, but really thinking hard about what questions we wanted to ask the public in order to get meaningful feedback. We tried to engage every part of the community and try to hear from groups that maybe we don't normally hear from at board meetings or Park and Rec Commission meetings. There are just some people in our county that can't make it to board meetings, don't have the time, don't necessarily like this format for giving feedback, but we still wanted to hear from them. And a lot of them might be people that use our recreation resources all the time. So we had a survey that was pretty short to take. I think it only took 10 to 15 minutes to participate in that. And then we had 5 community workshops. One of those was online only. It was fully on Zoom so that we could kind of capture the full range of the community. And I also this is a little bit off topic, but I wanted to note that the process of putting that survey together to me was really a group effort. We worked with, it was the Chief Administrative Office, Parks, and then we relied very heavily on GIS. They helped us put all of our questions into the ArcGIS interface, and the interface itself was really nice to look at and easy to use. And because it is in GIS, we were able to look at a lot of the data, not just on its own, but based on where people were taking the survey from. So we actually have data on who was taking the survey where, and we're able to kind of cross-reference that data to pull out even more interesting facts and figures for you. And I'm going to go over some of those in just a minute. We held our stakeholder meetings in October and November 2022. So that was kind of our first effort in engaging the community. We met with sports leagues and different community groups and other park and recreation providers in the community to get feedback specifically from them on what they thought we needed to focus on. And then in addition, I mentioned this at the parks update that I brought to the board a couple of months ago. But we also put together a master plan advisory committee. And that was again to get feedback from those other park providers within the county and near the county. So we've tried to have tactics for outreach that encompassed all of our stakeholders, including the public and our partners. So now I'm going to go over some of the results we got from our outreach. These next couple slides focus on the survey. We have a lot more data than what I'm presenting here, but I thought some of this was the most important to present to you today. So this was our survey question number 1. It asked about primary residence. So just to give us kind of a baseline, you can see that most of the participants in the survey were from closer to our border with Sacramento. We had 38% of our participants from Cameron Park, Shingle Springs, and El Dorado Hills area. Another 28% from Placerville, Diamond Springs, Camino, and Pollock Pines. So that will kind of inform how we look at our survey results. It's I think representative of our population. Those are the major population centers. But it also will kind of skew the results in terms of who is wanting what and where they live.
Jennifer, can this be broken down even further? Because some of these groupings to me don't make sense, quite honestly. Do you have it broken down that you could follow up and
We
get that out,
do. We
or-
have when you logged on to take the survey, we have the geolocation So we can look similar to the map you saw earlier from one of the students. We can have a map that has dots for where everybody was from. It's not entirely accurate because you can see some dots that are like across the world. So I think this is probably the best way to look at that. The way we grouped this, we didn't want to just do it by we wanted to break it down more than just by district, because the districts, especially District 4, for example, is super diverse. So we wanted to try to break it down more than that. And we know there's 100 different ways we could have done that, but we thought that this was a good way to look at each region of the county.
Okay.
So these are results from our survey question number 2 and number 10. Question 2 asked respondents to rate the recreation areas, including parks, trails, and open recreation areas from poor to excellent. And for each of these, the most chosen answer was good at 45% of all responses for parks, 46% for trails, and 42% for open recreation areas. So that tells us we are doing pretty good, but we're not falling into that excellent category as often as we might want to.
I got a question. Do you have a percentage breakdown on that? I mean, especially when it says parks mostly good, do you have a percentage of them?
Yes, we do. I don't have it for this. It was that will come in the full plan when we have the full outreach chapter. It'll have all of that data in it, so you can look.
Okay.
And I can send you a chart that shows that as well.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Okay. And then survey question 10 asked to rate our facilities, or sorry, question 10 asked to ask what prevents respondents from using parks, trails, beaches, and open space more often. And again, we have a lot of data on this, but the top response was that lack of restrooms were the top issue, which we hear a lot in parks as well. And so that doesn't surprise me. So community efforts, this was from survey question number 6. We asked about respondents' willingness to pay a fee, support a bond measure, or join a work event in order to achieve what they thought would be the the best improvement to parks. So more than half of our respondents, 56%, indicated that they would vote in favor of a bond measure.
That's surprising.
I was surprised by that too. And then close to half, a little bit less than half of the respondents said that they would volunteer. And then just below that, pay a use fee. So this tells me we have a lot of investment from the community. At least that's how they were feeling when they took the survey. And only 114 of the 1,000 responses indicated that they would be willing to do none of those 3 options.
So this is a multiple choice. They could pick more than one category,
Yes.
right? Okay.
And then we asked about priorities. We wanted to look at a long list of potential priorities. I think there were, 36 of those, and see what the top priorities came at. So when you answered this question, you could pick your first, second, and third priority. You can see there the most people selected baseball and softball fields as their first priority. But then if you add up first, second, and third priorities together, trails and open space came out on top. And then a close third was natural areas and open space.
Was soccer rated in this? Because I'm surprised it didn't come up higher with all the soccer leagues that are going on.
Yes, we separated out soccer fields, and it turns out, at least from the people that took our survey, baseball and softball fields are more of a priority.
And then open space is in 2 categories here too, right? Do you know how it was asked? Because that's overlapping. So it's kind of like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, how was it asked about open space with the trail one versus just natural area, perhaps?
Yeah, so this was specifically like unimproved trails in open space. And then there was another category for natural areas in open space. So I think that they do kind of overlap. And so that shows me that it's a very high priority.
Yeah.
Because it was selected in both categories.
That's kind of what I'm picking up on too. It's so hard to interpret, the data at such a high level. So
Right.
just, we're trying to read stuff into it perhaps, and maybe I shouldn't, but that stood out.
Yeah.
And a follow-up to that, how do you define natural areas versus open space? What's the difference?
We didn't really define it in the survey, so I think it's kind of open to interpretation. And we don't really use the term open space in this county all that often. So I think that's why we wanted to add natural areas to that too, because we do have a lot of forest lands and lands owned by Bureau of Land Management, for example, that are not improved parks, but they are accessible to the public.
Okay.
So that's how I would define that.
Okay.
In other areas within the state, there are open space areas that are not necessarily accessible.
So
and
these
it's just
are
about-
accessible to the
Mhm.
public. Okay,
Right.
not just pretty open spaces, but
But ones that
places
you can
where
visit.
people engage with the land
Mhm.
in a natural way.
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank
Even
you.
though it's private property. I know a lot
Some
of
of
that
it,
happens with some of these
That's
trails.
true.
so-
That is true. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and that's a good point. We had a question in the survey also about indicating where your most visited park or recreation area was, because we had heard about some places where people were visiting, thinking it was a community-owned park, but it's actually private land. But we still wanted to know that if those were places that were being visited often, that still indicates to us that maybe should be a priority in the future to acquire spaces like that, or work with other entities to keep them open, for example. So we do have a question on that. We heard a lot about some places in Cameron Park and El Dorado Hills that are privately owned but used currently as a public park.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, so another map for you to look at today. We looked at priorities by region. So this was kind of a cross-tabulated map that was put together based on answers from question 1, where we asked about residency, and question 11, where we asked about priorities. And you can see that it's all different colors here. So the red indicates that's where we had the most responses from, second most responses from that mid-county area, and then all the way to dark green. So this shows both who responded to the survey, and then we broke the answers down by where respondents indicated that they live. So in West County, you can see the highest priority there is baseball and softball fields. Throughout the rest of the county, the focus was really on trails, access to open space, and natural areas and open space. And then in the basin, trail connectivity actually came out on top.
That's a helpful map.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It is.
interesting
I like-
way to cross-pollinate the data,
Mm-hmm.
if you will.
Super helpful.
And this kind of clarifies the open space with trails
Yeah.
and access to. I mean, that was the connectivity. Yeah.
Okay, number 7 is a slightly different, I think, than the priorities. This question was trying to focus on the values placed on park and trail improvements. So we asked respondents to allocate $100 to 6 categories. And when we compiled all of that data, this is how it came out. So we have the most amount of money being put toward expanded trails. Then second, at $22.17, we have improve existing parks, which in the parks division, we really like to to see that, as well as the maintenance and sanitation piece. That's showing us that the public is aware that we need to invest in what we already have. And then new parks, $19.76. And then, maybe not lower priority, but place less funding toward park information and security and staff presence. So again, I was pretty encouraged by these results. I think that people took our survey seriously and understand in some way our constraints. And we like to see that maintenance and sanitation piece is included here as a value.
Hey, Jennifer, was there any further breakdown for new parks? Because that's so big and broad. I mean, there's so many different kinds of parks, and I really appreciate to approve existing because it means that people value what we have. And so was there any indication of what kind of parks people are looking for, or?
Not in this question, but
Okay.
again, we could look at who, on this one, everyone had $100 to allocate. We could try to look at if there were anybody within the survey put a lot of funding toward new parks, also look at what their priorities are and see what comes up. But I think that priority question, and in the master plan, we can give you a breakdown of all of the choices and how many responses we got for each of those. But I think that's the question that really focuses on what people want to see developed next.
Got it. Thanks.
So if you're going to pursue a bond measure, these would be the elements you would want to make sure were covered in roughly these proportions to hopefully be able to get a high enough vote to make it pass. Is that the way I should read this?
Again, I think maybe the bond measure idea would be for a new park or
New
improvement
only.
at existing parks. So we might want to look more closely at that priorities question
Okay.
to figure out, what the priority would be.
Yeah, and the area and the type. I mean, yeah, if we're gonna go after something like that, we really need to know what we're talking about.
I understand.
'cause,
It takes a lot more surveying than
It sure
this.
does.
Right. This would be the first level indicator, I think, of what you want to focus on to the extent that bonds would be appropriate for funding these. So, yeah.
You did all this data in-house? Yeah, really, really helpful. Yeah. Really.
Okay, and then I wanted to go over 8 key takeaways. So some of this is based on our survey results, but it's also just a kind of first line analysis of all of the feedback we received. So it includes information from all of our public workshops, from informal conversations that we have had with people along the way, and also those stakeholder groups. So again, we're trying to focus on feedback from all of the groups within the county. So I don't think there's any surprises really of what is in here, but to me, there were some surprises of what is not in here. It doesn't, you'll see, it doesn't really focus on a lot of new kind of crazy ideas out there, right? The priority is not a swimming pool. The priority is not a amusement park. We're really focusing on the basics, and at least that's what came through in our key findings. So I'll go through each of these. So the first one, and by the way, none of this is not in any order of importance. This is just the kind of top 8 things that came out. So first, open space trails. And to me, this was a little bit surprising because we already have so many open space trails, but our survey especially showed the importance placed on open space that's accessible for walking and enjoying nature, hiking, and unimproved natural trails. So to me, the priority is to keep these open and look for other ways to add to what we already have in the county.
So the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor is an ideal way to satisfy some of this demand by making it more accessible. We've talked about that a little bit. And I'm hopeful that the master plan associated with that JPA's activities can somehow be embodied in this relative to open space trails, specifically that corridor. So hopefully there's a connection there that we can make happen.
Okay, the second takeaway is volunteerism. Consistently throughout all of our outreach efforts, and that includes in the survey, but also in some of our informal conversations and our stakeholder groups and workshops, we heard a willingness for folks to volunteer to help improve our parks, to maintain them, and to be the ones that will organize other volunteer support. And I think what I found so encouraging, and I mean, just we hear it over and over again in this community, but people in El Dorado County are always willing to kind of use their time to put back into the community. And I feel like when it comes to parks and recreation, the feeling I get is that it's viewed as kind of an extension of their love for that specific activity. So people feel a responsibility to engage in their recreation, but not just as a user, also as a steward, and they kind of have a sense of ownership over that type of recreation that they like to participate in. So we consistently see people devoting time, money, and effort toward improving their community and making things happen. And I think that's definitely the case when it comes to parks and recreation too. Sports fields. So we, again, heard this in the survey, but we also heard a lot about sports fields, specifically baseball and softball, when we asked questions at our community meetings. Some were about concerns focused on the high costs for sports teams and field availability, as well as travel time to the fields that do exist, often outside of the county. And then a focus on the positive impact to youth as a result of sports team involvement. So we kind of got a sense of what they want and also why when we went through this outreach process when it comes to sports fields specifically. And accessibility. So we heard from a lot of people in the county that they want to make sure that our parks and recreation spaces are ADA accessible. And that includes sports fields and trails. And then also I have water access points, but I think that includes, access to our rivers was a big one. How can we improve accessibility to those natural features that we already have? And then connectivity. And this was between existing trails, but there was a huge focus on the connections or expansion of the El Dorado Trail, and connecting those to trails in other counties. And then there was also emphasis on open, maintained, multi-use trails. So a little bit different than kind of what we've heard as the highest priority. I think there is a need for those open space, unimproved trails, but we also heard that there's a need for trails that have that allow for horses, bikes, and walking. And then water recreation. Another theme that we heard was, again, providing access to water, especially natural water resources, like our rivers for swimming, fishing, and other water sports. And then facility amenities. A lot of our survey results and our conversations with the public concerned a lack of lighting, parking, drinking water, and access to restrooms. So again, it's kind of, we're going to have to dig into this more, but it's interesting to me. We talk about, the need for open space and unimproved trails, but not necessarily unimproved trailheads, maybe. We heard that there's a need for amenities at our parks and trailheads. So that's all I have for you as far as our key takeaways from the community outreach that we did. Again, we are putting together a full chapter for the master plan that will have all of this data and more that I, didn't want to take the time to go through today, but it will be in the final plan. Our next steps are to conduct our needs analysis. So taking the community output we've received and our existing conditions, what we have in the county, and kind of looking at those together to look at what our actual needs are. And then from that, we can prepare recommendations, look at funding and how we're going to actually implement the plan, and then finalize the plan to bring it back to the board.
Okay.
So in the item, we have a couple of requests for direction to staff. One is to utilize the 8 key themes. We also are asking to allow staff to complete the plan in-house without a consultant. We have kind of talked about bringing a consultant on board throughout our work on this project. And I think where we're at now, we really do have enough of what we need to complete the plan in-house. Again, we rely so much on other departments, and I think it's really amazing what expertise we have within the county ourselves. And I think in parks specifically, we're very good at utilizing all of those resources. And we also have a really great team in parks right now that I think is fully capable of pulling this off.
And I believe the board has already agreed with you in our
away the
primary
100,000
budget
contingency.
discussions that, yeah, we didn't authorize the moving forward with a consultant fee. So we agree with you.
Okay. And then last, directing us to go to the Parks and Rec Commission for a review of the final plan and then bring it back to the board.
Excellent. Great presentation, Jennifer and Zachary. Nice to have you with us as a part of this, leading this effort forward. Just really well done. Let's take board questions or comments at this point, and then we'll open it up for public comment. Any direction or final comments from the board?
I'm just going to ask Jennifer, so you mentioned, implementation and how we're going to do it and stuff. And I thought somewhere along the way, I was told there weren't going to be specific projects in the master plan. So help me understand that.
Yeah, so the way I see it, I think what would be most helpful for the master plan itself is to prioritize types of projects. So for example, if we are prioritizing open space, then maybe there's, types of projects that we put at the top of the list. We are already working on more sports fields with the Diamond Springs project. So I think because we're already working on that, that could go at the top of the list. But I think I would like to stay away from specific projects in specific locations, because not only does that have implications for us from an environmental analysis standpoint, like we would actually have to do a CEQA analysis, but it also kind of boxes us in, whereas this is a 10-year plan, so it would, I think, help us prioritize and help us know what kind of grants to go after if we knew this is the type of resource or type of park that we want to work toward, but we haven't necessarily identified exactly where it will be. And then kind of an extension of this master plan process, sort of the next step after we complete this, is to put together a park CIP, which I think would give us that very specific, project-specific guideline to work from. And we could just, same way that Department of Transportation outlines their CIP with all the different funding sources and the timeline for each. I think that would be kind of the mechanism to get to the project specific level. Because then again, it's something we can implement and it's realistic because we are looking at this point in time and how we are going to fund projects with money that we know we have or is out there right now. And that's also something that we could come back to you and revise every year, similar to the way that DOT conducts their CIP. So that's how I envision this working, that the plan really helps us establish the priorities and figure out how we're going to implement those priorities from a high level. And then our CIP is very specific as to what projects we work on.
Okay, and then things that are in the works though, should be high priority, get them finished perhaps?
Yeah, I think we're covered environmental review wise. If it's a project that we already have done that analysis, I think we can identify these are ongoing projects and we want to keep them as priorities.
Perfect. Thank you.
I've had that same, I'm sorry, I've had that same conversation with my Park and Recs commissioner. So, thank you. That was on my list of questions. I appreciate you asking that. And I do agree with keeping the master plan a higher level, especially recognizing it's a 10-year plan. It has to stay relevant, but our CIP list can get down to the nitty-gritty details, project specifics that allow us to be a little more flexible with funding and perhaps change in board direction if as time goes on too. So I think that's a good mechanism without having to redo the master plan if things change. Yeah. Okay. Pardon me,
So
Supervisor.
my biggest concern overall is the funding and sustainability once you do get funding and stuff. If you use the DOT model, they have something called a traffic impact fee, which feeds the CIP. And what I'm hearing is we're going to apply for grants, and that's not necessarily going to be something that's going to be fruitful in the upcoming years because we know where the state of California is. We know how difficult some of those grants are going to be obtained. So if we don't have additional funding defined, a funding source, other than just grants, I don't know that this is ever going to be successful. So that would be my emphasis is how do we find the funding stream to make this work? And if it's not a bond measure, what is it? Because if you're going to use that model, you have to have that source of revenue that's going to feed that capital improvement program. So that's been one of our struggles for years.
Yes, and I think the last few years we've been really lucky to be able to use grant funding from the state level, and that's why we're able to build the bike park. And I guess I want to plan for the potential that happens again.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to limit our master plan so much that if the economy does get better and there are options for funding out there, that we don't then know what the priorities are. But yeah, you're right. And that's why I think, a yearly CIP would be helpful because it could be really grounding and realistic and something that, okay, here's our limited amount of money and here's what we can do this year or over the next few years without kind of having grand plans that we can't fund.
Yeah. Well, and there's many different tools in terms of organizational structures to do that, recreational facility district, et cetera, et cetera. So if you find an area that has a large amount of interest in developing a specific project, maybe it's a shared partnership with something like that. I don't know, but we really have to look at where's the feeder for the revenue to build the parks and then keep them running.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up. And I have to give a shout out to, as you said, our community is very generous, and how grateful we are that we had a community volunteer that purchased the piece of land for the Diamond Springs Community Park, and now private entities that are taking it over and are going to build the park so we don't have to. And that's incredible. So I know that's not a sustainable financial plan for our master plan, but I just want to recognize the immense community efforts that do value these recreational assets in our community and are willing to play ball, so to speak, and help get those accomplished. So great. Any other comments? No. All right, let's take a public comment on this item.
Now, taking public comment on item number 24, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, wonderful. Once again, we've received the presentation. Today we will potentially direct staff to utilize the 8 themes that resulted from the outreach efforts, direct staff to complete the master plan in-house, and then return to the board with a final draft of the master plan. So
moved.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. thank you so much for the immense work that has gotten us here. And once again, we plan to complete this year. Yes, in 2024. So wonderful. Thank you for all your efforts, and we look forward to seeing the draft of the master plan. Excellent. All right, Kim, let's read item number 25 into the record, please.
Item number 25 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, one, approve and authorize the chair to sign the attached comprehensive response letter that incorporates the assessed impacts if the federal government accepts the specified parcels in trust for the Shingle Springs Rancheria Band of Miwok Indians, Shingle Springs Rancheria, and two, authorize transmittal of the letter to the U.S. Department of Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs.
Good morning, Allison.
Good morning. Allison Winter with the Chief Administrative Office. So this item's in response to another notice of non-gaming land acquisition application that we received on April 8th from the Department of the Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs. In that notice, we were informed that the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians intend to place lands acquired into trust and for tribal housing. The process, as you know, we've recently had multiple applications we've gone through. This one is just 5 additional parcels, about 41 acres that they are trying to place into trust. So our office is requesting approval to send the letter. This time we didn't need the time extension because of our board schedule and holidays like last time. So our response includes the estimated property tax reduction to the county of approximately $6,200 based on the 2023 assessed values and a de minimis reduction in special assessments. Services currently provided to these parcels include, but are not limited to, law enforcement, road maintenance on Green Valley Road, health and ambulance services, and various land use services. The parcels are all located within the North Buckeye Rancheros Owners Association, which is the private road association responsible for road maintenance. Current zoning for the parcels is residential estate with minimum lot sizes of 10 acres. So in the letter, we express our support for the use of the parcels for tribal housing consistent with current zoning. And we look forward to continuing to build on our collaborative relationship with the tribe. So any questions for me?
Ex-Supervisor Parlin is.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a minute to let everyone know, because, we had our item, I think in last December, I think it was, when we had quite a public turnout because the event center, is being proposed there. And that is going to be quite impactful on quite a few residents there in the North Buckeye Rancheros Road Association. So as soon as we got this letter, I immediately forwarded it to my contact at the Road Association to let them know, because the BIA doesn't send them a notice. So I told them as soon as I saw the next notice, I would let them know. And I did receive a response back that I really appreciated, because after our December item here at the board meeting, and we had some meetings, CAO, with the tribal representation, the tribal leadership did go to the next road association meeting and presented and listened. And actually, my understanding is gave the community members that did show up to the meeting a heads up about these parcels. So I just really appreciated that growth, I would call it, in communication between the tribal leadership, the county, and the neighbors. These are tough things, quite honestly, to navigate when you have an entity that is basically taking away our land use authority. And so the more that we talk and collaborate, I think the better for good results. So thank you, Allison, for putting the letter together. And then when you were listing off all the things we put in there, I'm just curious, is there, because the BIA regulations better than I do, when we say that the loss of property tax revenue is on the current assessed value, and so many of them are undeveloped, it's not a lot. Is there any way we can project what it would be if they were developed and use that, or is that they just take it for what it is, not what it could be potentially, right?
Yeah, and it'd be difficult because, the parcels themselves, some of them are joint parcels, so the total land acreage is over 10 acres, but if split them into actual parcels, then there'd be less than 10 acres parcels.
And that there was a house on
Yeah,
it and all
and-
that. I was just
And a
trying to see if we
house
could
and-
project or get an average or something, because
Yeah.
it will be when they're developed much more. So, but that's, I just want to share that with the board so you knew that. And it was kind of timely that we had the tribe here this morning for our invocation. That was kind of nice. So thank you.
That's helpful background information. Thank you
Yeah.
for sharing that. Supervisor Heidel?
I had a question on the math, because what I'm reading on the front page is 5 parcels, 40 acres. That means 8 acres average. So how can we have a 10-acre minimum when we have 5 parcels that only average 8 acres? Seems like some of them would not be usable or consistent with what we're writing in the letter.
Well, the parcels, like I said, they were owned by the same owners prior.
Right.
So they call them like, I think it's,
So we're not going to end up with 5
Oh, no,
10-acre
1,
parcels. We'll
2.
end up with something like 4.
I'm currently there's only 2 residences built on all 5. So
Right.
those fit in with the current zoning. But what the tribe intends to do with it may be different. They are intended for housing, but I know in the past on the parcels that they've been developing lately, they aren't, 10-acre minimums for their housing density. So they could build more than the 10-acre minimum.
Right.
But
But they
yeah,
can't build
currently
less.
Huh?
But they couldn't build less without some kind of a variance or something.
Well, currently, if they were staying within the county jurisdiction, they wouldn't be able to.
Understand.
But once
Well,
it
if it goes
goes
into
in,
trust, they
yeah,
can
once
do
it goes
anything they
into
want to do, but
trust.
it's not in
so,
trust right
yeah.
now, so.
Right.
Yeah.
It just didn't seem to make sense with the parcels. It doesn't look to me like it's going to yield 5 parcels. It'll yield 4 if you're going to stay with the 10-acre minimum. That's my only comment.
Yeah, and actually, once it's into trust, it's kind of a moot point.
I understand if it
When you
goes to
drive up and
trust.
down the freeway, you can
Right.
see
Right.
how they're doing kind of
Okay.
clustering housing. And then I guess what I did forget to ask though, Allison, do you know if the new road they're putting in, like we were advised for the last group of parcels, will these new parcels also be served on that new road they're putting in? I'm guessing it would.
Yeah, I believe that was the intent,
Right,
based on
okay.
our conversations with the tribe.
Right.
These parcels actually help with that connectivity.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Because the parcels that they had prior applied to put into trust were non-contiguous, but these kind of bring those together.
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
Thank
that's
you for
helpful.
that.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and take public comment on this item, please.
Now, taking public comment on item number 25, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, I'll bring this back to the board for action.
Are there any further questions or anything? Because I'll move to approve this.
Sounds good. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you, Allison. Appreciate it. Now I'm going to turn to our CAO. We have 15 minutes before our 11:30. Do you suggest we do the ARPA update or wait till the afternoon?
We should probably hold that until the afternoon, so I don't want to rush through it. Perhaps we could get some close 1 or 2
Sure.
close
I know, are there
sessions
any quickies?
done.
I think there are the latter 2 added via addendum can likely be done in the time allotted.
Great, let's
Okay.
do that. So at this time, the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 32 and 33, perhaps.
Just seek the report.
Let's just do it. Yes, you're right. The board will now recess into closed session to hear items 29, 30, 32, and 33 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment, and again when your time is up. Public comment will first be taken from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right. So at this point, we will be back in the boardroom at 1 o'clock for our open forum. Thank you so much. All right. Good afternoon, El Dorado County. We are back for the afternoon session, and we had recessed for a fair luncheon at the Marshall Building, and would like to thank the Fair Board for putting on their annual luncheon. It was delightful, really nice to gather and celebrate the opening of fair. And just as a shout out, this year's theme is Barrows and Boots, and the El Dorado County Fair will be open from June 13th through 16th. So looking forward to it. So with that, Kim, let's move. Oh, I apologize. I forgot we had
Report
two
out.
closed sessions.
Yeah.
Do we have any report out from the two items we heard earlier?
We do, Madam Chair. Thank you. The board heard items 32 and 33. On item number 33 concerning a state bar investigation of a former deputy district attorney, case number 23-0-22353. Pursuant to Government Code Section 995.6, the Board of Supervisors on a 5-0 vote authorized the provision of a defense to the subject former employee whose identity is being withheld in accordance with the confidentiality requirements of State Bar Rule of Procedure 2302. That concludes my report.
Thank you. All right. So with that, Kim, let's open the open forum portion of our meeting.
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on down.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Diane.
Good afternoon, honorable supervisors. My name is Diane Rabinowitz. I am the president of our local affiliate of National Alliance on Mental Illness. And I'm here to share with you that May is Mental Health Awareness Month. During this month, 600 plus NAMI affiliates across the country create an event called NAMI Walks, our main fundraiser of the year. We'll be joining other Northern California affiliates in Sacramento in William Land Park in Sacramento from 10 a.m. to noon. You can join us or donate. Information on our website, NAMIEldoradoCounty.org. We would also like to thank you for your generous support of mental health in our county's agencies, nonprofits, and organizations. And we would especially like to honor Deputy Talia Stolman, who organized every employee of the Sheriff Department to be trained in crisis intervention this year. It's no small feat. This year, besides opening our clubhouse, thank you for that, we plan to add family and peer support groups, and our outreach will include a focus on mental health literacy to promote mental health, understand disorders, promote health-seeking behaviors, which will prevent crises before they have a chance to set in. So thank you for your kind attention and your continued support of mental health initiatives in our county.
Thank you. And what date was the NAMI walk?
It's this Saturday, May 4th.
All right. Thank you so much, Diane. Thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, board.
Good afternoon.
This little prop, like the guy that brings the tree in. Just last, Lars Knudsen, Pollock Pines. The kingdom of heaven is of righteousness and joy and peace. And I'm realizing that if you don't have that, there's a lot of chaos going on. And Rahm Emanuel said that don't let a good crisis go to waste. We've heard that time and time again. And I'm here as a messenger of hope, joy and peace and righteousness. And the only place to get it is not a religion, but a relationship with the Creator. The last 24 hours, I'm a retired firefighter, and the last 24 hours, what I've seen on the news, I can't tell you how angry I am with all the evil that I'm seeing. Charlotte, North Carolina, 8 police officers got mowed down yesterday. We're in a crisis. She said it. And I've said this before, it's a spiritual,
mental illness. If your mind isn't in truth, you'll be messed up. I was messed up for 44 years. A lot of people think I still am, but praise God. Joel, blow ye the trumpet in Zion and sound an alarm in my holy mountain. Let all the inhabitants of the land tremble, for the days of the Lord cometh, for it is nigh and at hand. It's here now. It ain't coming. I might be able to do this. 2 Chronicles 7:14. It says something like this: if my people are called by my name, shall humble themselves, seek my face, and repent, and turn from their wicked ways, then I'll hear from them. And Supervisor Turnbull, I know for a long time I didn't do that. Most people are lost because they don't have the kingdom, righteousness, joy, and peace. I encourage you to read, I'll text it to you, but I encourage you to read the book of 2 Chronicles. James 9. This may shock some people, but the devil's, he's here. He visited Jesus in the man called Judas. And Lord, I just ask you touch our county with your kingdom of righteousness, joy, peace, and truth. Someone may say, you claim to have faith, and I have the good works. Show me your alleged faith without the works, if you can, and I will show you in my faith of my works, that is, by what I do. You believe that God is one. You do well to believe that. The demons also believe that. The devil believes that and shudders and bristles in awe, filled in terror. They have seen his wrath.
Thank you, Lars.
God bless you.
Appreciate you being with us. Good afternoon.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
All right.
Welcome.
Sweet. So I'm here on behalf of, I guess, the citizens of El Dorado County and California. I've contacted, what the heck are they called? California Department of Health, and they weren't really helping me. So I came here today to alert the citizens that, frankly, some troubling findings. I'll try to sum it up. You have to use an old phone, but you can scan for Bluetooth devices, and some people that were vaccinated are emitting Bluetooth frequencies. And this is like pretty, I mean, obviously nobody wants that, but trust but verify, right? I've verified this, and just trying to figure out how to alert people without scaring them. There are remedies for this, but just the first half the battle is knowing, right? So there's still kind of a gray area as to who's emitting it. I could find out with this phone right now in this room, but I'm not going to, just because it's bigger than that. But some of the potential cures are called NAC. You have to look that one up, and as well as ivermectin. But still, jury's out on that. I just want to alert the populace. If anybody wants to know more, my number is 707-630-1978. And what else? Just since I have 1 minute, man, I guess. It would be cool, speaking on behalf of somebody else now, it would be cool if we could have board meetings at a time where normal working folk can access the board, referring to the Brown Act. So I don't know if you guys know about Brown Act, but that's it. That's pretty much all I got. I don't think we should be afraid, right? Like whatever your religion, I don't think you should be afraid of this, but there is a concern, right? Because my mom is emitting Bluetooth, like verified, turned off her phone. She's walking outside, out of the house, and you'd be surprised some of these signals spread. So basically what some people are trying to do is create an Internet of Things and a mesh network where people can be influenced, including politicians. And this represents a threat to county security. How about that? So just figured I'd alert you guys as to what's going on in crazy land, I guess, to some, but it is very real. So hopefully we can get county health involved or something. But cool, yeah, I'm available to talk to if anybody wants to call me.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the boardroom that would like to address the board? All right, seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Well, I don't know if I'm emitting Bluetooth signal, but I will say that he's got some valid points on being prepared because boy, are we sure seeing cancer and other malignancies going up in some cases 400 and 500%. So, there was a time I would have thought that was a little out there, but hey, I don't know. Anyway, back to regular scheduled programming. So here we are again, impact fees, loss in court. I'm not going to comment too much because I'm going to admit I have not read the full ruling. So I am just going by a Placerville Newswire summary of what we might be looking at. It's a little daunting of a number considering 2 weeks ago we couldn't find numbers to support a Placerville pool. So I am not really sure what the game plan is going to be for our, I believe, third impact fee loss. Maybe it's just the second. I'm predicting that this is just the beginning. I think school impact fees will be next. And I think this is showing that people are waking up to the fact that we're not producing the impact results that were part of what we were paying for. I just met a lovely lady at the new Yoga 6. If you haven't been there in El Dorado Hills, it's amazing. Lives on Back Flake Road and saying how horrible the traffic and the congestion and there's more and more coming. And I'm like, yeah, that's really too bad that it, really wasn't developed with that 4-lane that it was intended to. Now, what about when those people say, well, gosh, I think we paid a lot of money in our permit or Melrose and all that, and we're not seeing the fruits of what should make us a functioning community of development. So I am really very concerned. And it's really interesting being somebody who's a contractor in public and private sectors. And it's very interesting that on the private end, if I make a mistake, if I miss something in my bid, if I miss something in the contract, I have to eat it. And I've had a couple, not many, but I have had to take responsibility financially for my mistake. The funny thing in public works is that doesn't happen. You can be apologetic and review and change policy, but in the end, I still pay for the mistake. So John Hoddell was quoted as saying that he relies on staff and counsel to know the law and what we should or shouldn't be doing it. I really hope you have some conversations because this next board coming in, I think is in for a huge mess. So let's clean it up before it gets worse. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood, not reporting live from a ski resort since they've all closed down now, sadly. Kind of makes me cry. Don't know what to do for the time being, but I'm working on it here. Anyway, it was a marvelous day at Sierra Tahoe, Heavenly Valley, and then finally Kirkwood over the weekend. Spring skiing at its finest, but it's tough to make money at this time of year if you're a ski resort. Okay, on topic, and that would be, you know what, WTF. And still waiting for the draft revised ordinance, but also really it's going to take a year, folks. Let's look at it realistically. And we still have more applications coming in that would be resolved, if you will, by a fallover setback. I've been mentioning this for I don't know how many years now, but if we could get these towers on proper properties and have meaningful alternative analysis, et cetera, we wouldn't have these problems and we'd have better service for that matter also. Because many of these towers go into non-optimal spaces because they didn't try hard enough to contact the person that lives at the top of the hill. Oh, wait, we got to run some power and phone lines up there. Darn. Or we got to put in a microwave, and that's money. The money talks and the other stuff walks. So what do we get? We get stuff in our backyard. Supervisor Turnbull knows that. He's got one right there by his church. Pleasant Valley knows one. They've got right there on a half-acre or 3/4 acre parcel. Well, WTF, indeed. It just blows my mind that we can't get things done, especially this one. I understand, having worked for government for way too many years, that things do move slowly, but that's by design to an extent. But also, sadly, it has become a, what's the word? No, it's like the speaker before me was suggesting that when the private sector messes up, they pay for it. When the public sector messes up, we all pay for it. Anyway, have a great day. And thank you very much. See you, bye.
Thanks for calling in.
Not taking public comment from Scott.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon from Georgetown, Scott Herring, right here on the Georgetown Airport. So back in February, the Airport Advisory Committee had a special agenda, one item, and that was one of my commercial leases, one of 4. And they voted on it on a rainy night. I was told it would be about 3 weeks before that would show up in front of you folks for a vote. And I believe this is the 4th time. I was supposed to be there today. It was removed. And this current time, they offered no date on when it would be put on the agenda. So I'm in limbo as a business. I've got this building on your land with no lease. It's highly unusual to have that situation where you just, as a business owner, I want to employ people and get things moving, but it keeps being removed. So if there's anything you could do to get it on the schedule and yes or no, I either need to remove the building if you say no, or if you say yes, we're gonna add some employees and some property into the building that's taxable. So that's my only comment about that. And then the trees are still there, just getting taller and taller. We haven't seen anything in the last few weeks since I've been in front of you again. So that's the Georgetown Airport report. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Herring.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Thank you all for being with us. I do know the wireless ordinance is in the works and should be seeing it later on this year. And is there any update on the timeline of the commercial lease in Georgetown and the trees maintenance?
I don't have an update on the commercial lease. I do have an update regarding the tree removal, an email from Chris Perry indicating that West Coast arborists have confirmed that they'll start work on Monday, May 20th. There are pre-construction surveys required prior to the start of work. That's because it's nesting bird season. So that May 20th start date is assuming that there are no nesting birds identified, that they'd have to wait until they fledge.
Perfect. And then perhaps someone can get back to Mr. Herring on the status of his lease.
Yes.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, so it's 1:20. We have a 1:30 time allocation. CAO, do you recommend we take a closed session item and then come back for our 1:30? Or Mr. Livingston?
You can. I mean, the 1:30 can certainly be heard a little bit later if you wanted
Right,
to
that's what I'm
take one of
thinking.
your If you want to do the ARPA
We
item.
could do the ARPA item probably.
Right.
Okay.
And
Do the
then,
ones that are a little belated.
Yes, I'm saying a yes or
Okay.
I say a yes. All right. Well, then let's take item number 26, Kim, an enthusiastic yes.
Item number 26 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, one, receive a presentation on the county's allocation of 37.6 million in American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, state and local fiscal recovery funds, and provide direction if needed on recommended changes to the board's spending plan. Two, direct staff to return to the board with a budget transfer. And three, authorize the Chief Administrative Officer to adjust allocation amounts between board-approved projects in the spending plan to ensure all funds are obligated by the obligation deadline.
Welcome, Emma.
Hi, Emma Owens from the Chief Administrative Office. So it's been a little while since we returned to the board about the American Rescue Plan Act. I'm just going to say ARPA for the rest of the presentation. So I'm just going to very briefly go through the history to sort of orient us all to how we got here. So back in March of 2021, ARPA was signed into law. El Dorado County was allocated 37 million of the ARPA funding. In addition, later we were allocated 870,000 in the local assistance and tribal consistency fund funding. We're not going to be discussing that LACTIF funding, the local assistance and tribal consistency fund funding today. In the current year budget, the board had approved moving that funding into the general fund to report that, and then also moving some general fund that resulted from the savings there into our audit reserve. So we have a 1.7 million audit reserve that'll help us, of pure general fund designated funding that'll help us in case there is any audit. So there's some CARES funding that is still sitting there in case there's a CARES audit. And then there's also this general fund savings from LACTIF that is there. So today, when we're talking about the 37 million in ARPA funding, we're good on an audit reserve and we don't really need to consider that right now. Then in May of 2021, the Treasury released the interim final rule, kind of outlining what the spending categories and eligible expenses were for ARPA, and the board approved an initial spending plan in November of 2021. Soon after that initial spending plan in April, the board updated the rules, or the U.S. Treasury updated the rules, and with the final rule, the 2022 final rule, because there's more rules that have changed since. But that allowed us $10 million. So in the original plan, you had to prove how the revenue loss came to be, and anything you claimed as a revenue loss using that ARPA fund you had to prove. But now with this updated rule, we can have up to $10 million in lost revenue claimed. And this is kind of the easiest category in ARPA to report because we just have to show that it was used for government services. We haven't done a major update to the ARPA spending plan, kind of incorporating this $10 million revenue loss rule. We made some minor updates last year in April with the budget presentation to the board. Since then, the Chief Administrative has been meeting with all of the grantees and trying to prepare this plan to you, which is kind of a comprehensive updated plan. It also includes some new categories that are now eligible for ARPA funding, which I'll talk about more. And then it also takes into consideration the latest things from November of 2023, which are some changes to the obligation rules, which are actually kind of helpful for us in developing this plan. So today we're seeking board direction on the changes that are highlighted in purple. I'm really going to only discuss the purple highlighted changes, but if you have questions on any of the things in white, please interrupt me. I will codify all the changes that the board is making today and return to the board with a budget transfer. So we don't have to have a really, really strict direction here because the budget transfer that I'll be returning with will outline all the changes. And also in that item, when the board is approving that budget transfer for the updated plan, we'll also be asking the board to provide direction to return in January to kind of check in on how everything was obligated and how we got through all that obligation deadlines.
Emma, do you think that there's a potential though that something could fall apart and we might have to reallocate sooner? I mean, because of the deadline?
Definitely, there is always a potential. So the obligation deadline is January, that we have to be in contract for every expense that is going to go past the January 2024 deadline or December 2024 deadline. And then we have to have everything spent by December of 2026. But if there is a major change, we'll definitely return to the board before January.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we know that things are fluid.
So the biggest category for ARPA, obviously, is responding to the public health emergency and also responding to the negative economic impacts of the public health emergency from the pandemic. So the first change that we're asking for here is the board had allocated $1 million for the crisis residential treatment facility project in behavioral health. And you've gotten some updates on that project with the Mental Health Service Act plans. But that project has changed in scope, and really the project only needs $150,000 in ARPA funding now instead of the $1 million. So we're recommending we lower that allocation to $150,000. We had used general fund to make some ventilation system improvements in Building C to increase the rate of airflow in the building. And really that's eligible for ARPA under this pandemic response category. So we're recommending that we claim that $250,000 as an ARPA expense. The board had already approved the use of $2 million in ARPA revenue for the ambulance services in the Tahoe Basin, the County Service Area 3 ambulance services. We were originally planning to use part of that $10 million in lost revenue category for that, but in really looking closely at the ARPA guidelines, that contribution to those ambulance services really was a result of the pandemic and changes to that ambulance system that occurred during the pandemic. So we're recommending that we change those as a reported lost revenue, and now we make them a public health and negative economic impacts of the pandemic category expense. In addition, the board during that time also made a $1 million pure general fund contribution to that system. And we're recommending that that now be an American Rescue Plan Act contribution to that system. And then we also have seen some increases to our general assistance program and social services. This is a purely general fund program for some of the most vulnerable in our community who need some one-time assistance that we provide per our county ordinance. And that program is seeing increases that they can kind of tie to the economic impacts of the pandemic. So we're recommending that we fund the full cost of those increases using ARPA funds. And lastly, our hubs programs were essential during the pandemic in signing people who couldn't get online for vaccines to get those vaccine appointments, and also to help navigate people in our community who are trying to find services and other things that are a result of the pandemic, find those services. And so those hub services really are eligible. Our county is contributing general fund to this program. And so when we calculated that during the full ARPA period, that's $1.2 million. And so we're recommending that that $1.2 million be ARPA funding for those services. So that is the negative economic impacts and public health emergency category. So as we reported back in April, the board had allocated $4.5 million for the broadband projects. And we kind of briefly discussed this in April. But re-looking at the grants and the engineering that is specific to those grants, that $4.5 million is really not needed for those projects. And because of the obligation deadlines, we really are recommending reallocating that funding to other things. And again, we still have $1 million in discretionary transient occupancy tax to support broadband projects if there is a need. We're recommending no changes to the administrative costs of the program, which is a ARPA eligible category. One of the newest categories that was added to ARPA eligibility was natural disasters. At first, we were very excited about this because the county has spent a lot of general fund responding to natural disasters, but unfortunately, it's only for expenses that occurred after December 29th, 2022. So that means we can't use this funding for Caldor or mosquito fire response. But we did have some costs to respond to the winter storms, but that were eligible, that also weren't FEMA eligible because it's the straight time of deputies. So we're recommending that $52,000 be funded using ARPA funding. There's two other categories that were added late to be eligible for ARPA funding, but they are very specific to surface transportation projects and then these community development or CDBG and ICDBG programs. And really the county just doesn't have programs and projects that fit perfectly into these categories. So we're not recommending that any funding be used under these two categories. And so lastly, this is that $10 million in lost revenue that is kind of the easiest category to report and to classify things as. So the only change we're asking for here is in the original spending plan, there was some funding that was unallocated to specific projects and we had labeled it as an audit reserve. But as I discussed, we already have that 1.7 million audit reserve that we're holding. So I'm recommending that we change that from an audit reserve to general fund government services. And then if you kind of net out all the changes that I've already discussed, we still have a total of 2.8 that isn't allocated to anything. So we would like to use this funding this year or next year in the budget we're preparing right now to sort of help with some of our general fund constraints and report that as general fund government services. And so when you look at, these are all the categories I just talked about with the summaries that total the full allocation of 37 million. So there's two large asks that we have today outside of approving all of those changes. The ARPA program has some very strict funding and obligation deadlines. And we have 3 goals in our office when we're looking at the administration of the American Rescue Plan Act. We don't want to return any of the funding to the federal government. We want to make sure El Dorado County uses and keeps our full allocation of ARPA funding. We want to meet all the reporting deadlines and obligation deadlines for ARPA. And so those can be tricky, especially if everything comes in at the last minute. So we really want to meet all of those in an effort for the third thing is to reduce the risk of any audit. So we want to make sure that down the line, we don't get audited and have to say, oh, that actually isn't eligible and use general fund or other funding to back pay for that expense. So those are how we're looking at this program and our 3 goals when we're administering this program. So to help with those goals, we ask that the board allow us to report the full 10 million in lost revenue using general fund expenses in the current year. That'll really help us with our reporting and obligation deadlines, but it won't change how we spend the money. We'll still spend the money under all the approved plans, but we'll report to the U.S. Treasury that 10 million in lost revenue using general fund investments in capital programs, which the board has made a lot of in the past couple years. But still continue to adhere strictly to the spending plan that the board has approved. But that's purely to help with our reporting and to make sure we reduce the audit risk of anything that we may have. And that also takes off the timeline for some of the things like 4 Bay Park that we have as reported in that lost revenue. By doing this reporting, we can make sure we can spend that money for 4 Bay Park and not have to have that strict deadline of spending it all by December 2026. And the other ask is that if while we're trying to meet all the obligation deadlines by December, say one project finds that it gets its bids back for its construction and it's a little low, and another project is a little high, we would like authority for the Chief Administrative Office to move funding between board-approved projects. And then we would report back to you in January if on any of those changes. And again, if there's any major changes, we would report back to the board before that. So that is the main presentation.
All right. Well, Emma, I have to commend you on your presentation. I mean, that's a pretty complex subject with a lot of moving parts, and you broke it down really, very, very well for us and the public to understand. So thank you for that clarity and transparency with that. And I think there's a lot of wisdom in the action that the board is considering today, because December is going to come awfully quickly, and we share your goal of wanting to retain all of the ARPA funds and make sure they are used according to the board's, direction. So thank you for that wisdom and the flexibility before us today. All right. My colleagues have any comments or questions?
No, you nailed it.
Yeah, you nailed it. Emma briefed me before the meeting. She did a great job. And so this
Yes,
was
that
kind
was
of a
helpful.
refresher of what we went through before. So
Yeah.
thank you for that. That was very helpful to have it early.
Yeah.
Because there is a lot here.
Yeah, there is. And it's not a routine item. It's not
No, it
something you
isn't.
deal with every day. So, all right. Well, Kim, let's go ahead and take public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 26. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, Press star 9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
Well, it looks like you really nailed it. Yeah. All right, we'll bring this back to the board for any further discussion or action.
I'll move to approve it.
I'll second it.
All right, any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you so much, Emma. And my goodness, it's only 5 minutes past 1:30. So nailed it.
well done.
Yeah. That was great. Thank you so much. With that, let's move into our 1:30 time allocation. Item number 27, please.
Item number 27 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience, recommending the board consider the following. 1, approve the introduction, first reading of an ordinance to amend Chapter 8.08 of the El Dorado County Code of Ordinances entitled Fire Prevention to adopt the 2023 Fire Hazard Severity Zone Map. And 2, waive full reading of the ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to May 21st, 2024 for final passage, second reading.
Excellent. Thank you, Kim, and welcome, Tom.
Good afternoon, Board, Madam Chair. Tom Meyer with the Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience. The item before you today is a proposed ordinance to amend Chapter 8.08 of the County Code of Ordinances entitled Fire Prevention for the purpose of adopting the 2023 Fire Hazard Severity Zones maps that were developed by CAL FIRE and became effective on April 1st of this year. So it's very similar to the item in February where your board adopted the 2007 Fire Hazard Severity Zone maps. This process is really critical, but also really more of a formality for the county, as government code requires that local agencies adopt these maps by ordinance and then submit a copy of that adopted ordinance to the Board of Forestry and Fire Protection within 30 days of effectiveness. Pursuant to government code, just as a little background on the maps, the state fire marshal is required to classify and map these lands throughout the state responsibility area and categorize these zones into either moderate, high, or very high fire hazard severity zones. CAL FIRE updates these maps periodically to reflect areas susceptible to wildfire events based on fire assessment, changes in technology and better assessment tools, and also factors such as local climate data, burn probability, expected fire behavior under extreme fuel and weather conditions, vegetation and fuel types, topography, crown fire potential, ember production and movement, and also fire history. Just a few important notes. These maps evaluate hazard and not risk. So hazard is based on the physical condition in the area that creates a likelihood and expected behavior over a 30 to 50 year time period. So really more long-term forecasting. And a hazard does not reflect or account for mitigation measures that unfortunately that reduce wildfire risks, such as creating defensible space, home hardening, or other fuel reduction efforts. A risk, conversely, is based on the potential damage of a wildfire to the area under existing conditions. So that's where the defensible space and home hardening and fuel reduction projects, those would factor in. These maps are used by CAL FIRE and also local agencies as a planning tool for land use planning, development, and mitigation projects going forward. I mentioned critical because our office, OWAPR, submitted the county's application to the Board of Forestry for their fire risk reduction community list and seeking that designation. And one of the mandatory criteria is that a local agency, so our county, has to adopt these fire hazard severity zone maps. So whenever the new version comes out, we have to adopt it. CAL FIRE will also be updating the local responsibility area maps. So those pertain to the cities of South Lake Tahoe and Placerville. I don't yet have a date when those would be available for our review or a target effective date, but we'll continue monitoring that. And then just a quick comparison of the changes in the SRA. So the SRA state responsibility area is about 50% of the unincorporated area for El Dorado County. It's about 885 square miles of the 1,765. For the three different zones, it was a decrease of about 86% for moderate, decrease of about 6% for very high, or excuse me, high, and an increase of about 35% for very high. So pretty much everything that was moderate or high has gone to either high or very high with these maps. But it has been some time since the last version was adopted or became effective in 2007. Lots of changes with fire history, climate change, et cetera. With that, happy to answer any questions your board may have.
All right, thank you, Tom. And I appreciate you reiterating that this is kind of a formality that is part of the criteria to be on that fire risk reduction community list, which is really important because once again, that I believe that provides prioritization for any grant opportunities through CAL FIRE. And it is also a mandatory factor to be eligible for a discount on homeowners insurance premiums, as you note in the staff report.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And we submitted the application in April. We do still have a couple more steps, but we're granted a bit of a grace period by the Board of Forestry. So one of the critical elements that still has to occur is the adoption of the safety element by June 1st and submitted by
So it's these maps and then the safety element.
There's a lot
Yes.
of different criteria. There are 6 of them that we have to meet. The safety element and these maps are 2 of the 4 mandatory criteria.
All right, I think that's helpful for us all to keep in mind and for the public. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. Any board comments or questions at this time?
I do relative to CEQA, and you may not understand this, but we now have elements within CEQA. We have to look at the fire aspects of things, fire resiliency of communities and stuff. Is there an expectation that this type of a fire hazard zone map would be used in determining the CEQA eligibility to build new homes in rural areas?
I cannot speak to the CEQA. I'm sorry, I'm not an expert
Okay, I understand.
on that. But I do know that the fire hazard severity zones are used for assisting with development and mitigation in terms of fire prevention with new development throughout the county in any of these zones.
Okay, and that's a fair answer, but since it's state agencies that are doing this, I'm expecting there's some influence. And we might start seeing a lot of back pressure and influence relative to coming from the state in terms of how CEQA is the tool that's used to determine applicability of new growth, new housing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just a little guarded as what's going to happen in 6 months or a year or whatever when we get into that in a more determinate manner. So just a heads up to people, things are changing and generally not for the better. So thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't see any more questions.
Well, I just wanted to say, Joe Patterson's got a bill been proposed. And I think it's gone through the Natural Resource Committee and it's moving forward. And that's basically waiving CEQA for the Forest Service because the Forest Service hands are tied, especially when it comes to clean and do these projects. So they have to go through the CEQA process and they're looking to waive that CEQA process so we can get these projects done right away and not wait. So anyway.
All right, thank you. All right, I think we will go ahead and take public comment. Thank you so much, Tom.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment on item number 27. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Any comments in the board chamber? All right, seeing none, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, I'll bring this back to the board for discussion and action.
I'll move if there's no further discussion.
Okay,
I'll second.
any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Tom.
All right, that is all of our afternoon items until the 3:30 Youth Commission end of year report. So at this point, we'll
We have more closed
go back to
session.
closed session and hear items 29 and 30.
Yep, that's it.
All right.
It'll work
Excellent.
out pretty well.
We will be back at 3:30. Thank you all.
We're good to go. Just remember your mics.
Thank you. Good afternoon, El Dorado County. We are back from closed session, and it is just delightful to see the El Dorado County Youth Commission in our board chambers this afternoon. Just really excited to welcome you all here today. Before we do that, County Council, do we have any reportable action from closed session?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board heard items 29 and 30, and there's no action to report out.
Great, thank you so much. So with that, it's my pleasure to move into our last item of the day, and I might say the best, item number 28. Kim, could you please read this item?
Of course. Item number 28 comes from Supervisor Thomas, recommending the board receive a presentation from the 23-24 El Dorado County Youth Commission and present certificates of recognition to each commissioner.
So once again, welcome. And before we begin the student presentation on what you've done this year, I would like to invite up the youth advisor, Mr. Potter, and Dr. Ed Manansala, to our superintendent of schools, to please come up and give some introductory remarks this afternoon. You must be so proud of this youth commission. Don't be nervous, Mr. Potter.
So I got to tell my kids, they just asked me to do this like 2 minutes ago. So I'm not necessarily prepared, but I've been in education for 23 years, and I've taught leadership at 2 different school sites. And to say that these kids are inspirational and the top-notch kids, the cream of the crop, would be an understatement. Sometimes getting out of the way is the best thing to do, and I've found value in that with this group behind me. They're so intelligent and thoughtful and determined and empathetic. When it came time for them to prepare for today, I think a couple of them were taken aback that I was okay with them doing what they needed to do. I was a little bit more active in the pursuit of what we were going to do in front of the board last year. And one of them asked me, I don't remember who, I apologize, but why are you so, taking a back seat? And it's because we built trust. And I can truly trust this group to represent the youth of our county. I can trust that they have the best interest of their peers in mind. I trust their eloquence and articulation. And more than that, I trust their message. And their message has been love from the beginning, and empowering others. And I have not seen many students, I haven't seen any group do it better than this group. So it's been an honor to work with them. It's weird telling them as they sit behind me. It's been an honor to work with them, and I will miss my seniors dearly. But I can guarantee you the group that's coming up behind you and the kids that are coming back next year are ready to take the baton and reestablish who we are going forward. But true honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin, you hit that out of the park.
Come up here, Kevin,
Yeah.
real quick. We're not done. So first of all, it's great to be with all of you. I do want to acknowledge how grateful we are for the partnership with you, our county office, and of course, supporting the Youth Commission. And I just want to acknowledge Kevin Potter and his leadership. I mean, he leads from his heart and he expresses things with such authenticity, and the manner in which he speaks about our student leaders is as true as can be. So we thank you for the way that you have supported them this past year, this year, and then of course the years ahead. I did ask Kevin, what distinguishes this group, this specific group of youth commissioners for 23-24, and it's just this idea of voice. They are passionate. They are able to articulate things in a manner that is courageous and very clear. And we all know right now that within our county, we're looking for a generation of promise, and they are before you right now. The last thing I'll share is right before I stood up, I heard one of the students looking at the other student leaders and just said, just kind of whispered, "We got this," right? And again, there is that quiet humility and confidence that we see in them. And again, we appreciate the partnership and the platform you allow them to lead and launch.
Oh.
Thank you.
And Dr. Manansala, before you go, I just have to say it has been my extreme privilege to be the board's liaison to the Youth Commission these past 4 years and to be in partnership with EDCO. And Kevin, to see you come on in your mentorship role of this outstanding group and working with Michael, I mean, Amy Pooley was just so fabulous. We worried, who would come next, although we knew someone fabulous would service. And you were the right man for the job. And you have, as Dr. Manansala said, led with grace and humility and passion and vision and empowerment for them to build on this legacy and this foundational legacy on which you've been building for the past several years. I'm so excited for this board and our community to see the work and the legacy that you have put in place for El Dorado County, because your work is exemplary. And it has just been an extreme privilege to work with you. And our future is in good hands, knowing that you are the future of El Dorado County. Just so immensely proud of each and every one of you. And thank you for this partnership with EDCO, because it's truly a privilege.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, it is time for us to... Oh, they're going to be awesome. They're going to be incredible. Would like to invite up Lauren Sumimoto, who is going to start our presentation off. So Lauren, welcome.
Thank you for the warm welcome and the kind introduction. Good afternoon. My name is Lauren Smimoto. I am a senior at Oak Ridge High School, and this will be my 4th and final year on the Youth Commission. This year, I've had the pleasure of serving as co-chair of the El Dorado County Youth Commission. Hi, my name is Mahi Haswani, and I am also serving as co-chair of the El Dorado County Youth Commission. Thank you for being here. Today, we're going to be sharing some updates and projects that we've been working on this year, as well as some goals and projects that we have for next year as well. Next slide. This year, we had representatives from Golden Sierra, Oak Ridge High School, Ponderosa, Charter University Prep, as well as from South Lake Tahoe. With so many different perspectives and experiences, we were able to effectively collaborate and have a lot of shared ideas between different school sites. And next slide, please. And I'm excited to share with you the impactful work we've been doing this year to support our community's youth. And as you all know, we volunteered to represent our peers and do our best to tackle some of the complex challenges they face today. So our decision to focus on mental health actually stems from the insights we've gathered through surveys as well as our own personal experiences. So it's clear from the data that we've analyzed that mental health is a significant challenge and that impacts our county's youth. And mental health isn't just an individual issue. It impacts every aspect of student life, from grades to friendships. Its effects are truly very far-reaching. By promoting open discussions and breaking down barriers, we as a commission hope to create an environment where students feel supported in seeking help when they need it the most. We want to shift the narrative from simply addressing mental illness to encouraging students to embrace wellness and equipping students with the tools they need to thrive. We recognize that addressing youth mental health requires creativity and innovative ideas, and our commission is dedicated to finding these new approaches to make a real tangible impact in our peers' lives.
Hi, I'm Avery Sheridan. I'm from Charter University Prep, and I represent District 4.
I'm Isabella Roth. I'm from Ponderosa High School and in 11th grade, and I represent District 2.
So as Mahi and Lauren said, we have decided that, mental health is a massive issue, and in order to combat that, we have been working on peer advocacy programs. And through peer advocacy, upperclassmen mentors are given to 9th and 10th grade students to educate and support them on a variety of teen health issues. Mentors are trained in communication, healthy ways of coping, conflict management, and general mental health issues, so they can determine a course of action, passing along tools that they've learned in their classes or clubs, or involving an adult or counselor if necessary.
Wow. We have worked with a variety of leadership, teachers, and staff to create connections with them and to really sell them on this program. By doing this, we have created peer advocacy clubs on the majority of school sites, which are helping lead the way to establishing different classes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Renna Potter. I am a youth commissioner from El Dorado, and I serve for District 3.
Hi, I'm Sophia Bradford. I am a youth commissioner from Golden Sierra High School, and I'm from District 4. So, success with pre-advocacy in our county. So, Golden Sierra established has had a full established class for 15 years, and now they are working with EDCO and other organizations to help with the creation of new programs at other school sites. Camino Elementary School was the first school in our county to have an established club. Union Mine has a class on the schedule for next year, and they had 83 applicants.
Wow.
El Dorado, Oak Ridge, Ponderosa, Pacific Crest, and Independence High Schools have clubs and are working on recruiting and branding. And the course of study for peer advocates class has been approved by the El Dorado Union High School District.
Wow.
Okay.
Incredible.
Next slide, please.
So we would like to thank EDCO for their continual support with peer advocacy. They have hosted successful peer advocacy training for teachers. They have funding for Union Mine pilot peer advocacy class. They also have funding for school site peer advocacy coordinators at each site plus Camino Elementary School. And they have plans for future trainings for teachers and coordinators. And they are also giving site mini grants of $2,000 for starting up programs and classes.
Wow. And this is a picture of the Golden Sierra peer advocates before conducting interviews to get the next round of peer advocates for their class.
Love it.
So from September through December, the majority of our youth commissioners attended online initiatives. And these initiatives were extremely valuable for reflecting on our own mental health, but also helping to iron out details for the Youth Advocacy Initiative mental health events that were put on by Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission. In January, 3 of our youth commissioners attended that mental health event where we were able to gather resources that we used at Wellness Week. These resources were from Pro Youth and Youth Mental Health. We were also able to gather overall ideas for our Wellness Weeks, and we were also able to connect with other advocates and share ideas from kids who were from different counties such as Tehama and Sacramento County. So that was really cool to see what they're doing and hopefully inspire them by what we are doing as well. And then we were also able to learn the difference between a policy and a program. And this was very useful for us when we were approaching the peer advocacy program and setting goals for the future to see how we want to approach that and where we want to go with that. Thank you.
Well done. Excellent.
The impact of our commission went beyond the school sites. It really went countywide this year. We collaborated with many organizations, community leaders, and community partners. Thanks to the partnership between the Board of Supervisors and the El Dorado County Youth Commission, as well as support from Chair Thomas and Supervisor Heidel, I personally had the opportunity for the past few years to serve on the Behavioral Health Commission and the Community Council. Both of those have been incredible opportunities for me to provide student representation and voice, especially to community leaders who could create real, tangible change. Mahi and I also both served on the California Youth Advocacy Network Youth Board of Directors, which is a powerful organization that advocates for improved tobacco prevention legislation. And we're able to work with advocates statewide to be able to not only unite advocates under a common umbrella, but also to create new projects and new ideas.
My name is Amelia Leo Frazee, and I'm a junior at Ponderosa High School. The Youth Commission also worked with NAMI, El Dorado,
and what the previously described youth advocacy initiative. We collaborated with Golden Sierra High School to learn more about how their program operates and like how it works. And several of us also attended the Sacramento Youth Mental Health event, where we learned about youth advocacy and what is being done in like local communities around us.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Amelia Del Molino. I'm a senior at El Dorado High School. I'm the vice chair of the Youth Commission, and I represent District 5. This year, we held our annual Wellness Week, which was March 18th through the 22nd. Wellness Week focuses on spreading awareness for the many mental health issues that students face on our campuses. We also worked with wellness centers to inform students on ways to cope with these struggles. And we also use the Wellness Week to connect them with the resources that we have both in our community and in our schools. Wellness Week was extremely impactful as it brought students together and allowed them to decompress by engaging in activities throughout this week. For Wellness Week, we had Movement Monday, Time to Unwind Tuesday, Wireless Wednesday, and Thankful Thursday. And we had tables set up in our quads that had various activities such as petting baby goats, handing out flowers to someone you're thankful for, planting succulents, and kickball on Movement Monday.
I'm Bailey Plimpton. I'm a senior at El Dorado High School, and I represent District 3. It was super incredible to see all the students bonding over their shared love of the flowers, succulents, the baby goats. And at El Dorado, we ran out of 200 flowers in just 10 minutes into lunch when we started hanging them out. Not only do we give out flowers and host our own little school petting zoo, each school handed out pamphlets, wristbands, stickers, and pencils. Wellness Week was also super helpful to spread awareness about mental health resources found on each campus. Next slide, please. We also conducted a social media campaign on each school's Instagram with infographics like Get Moving for Movement Monday, Take Time to Unwind for, what was Tuesday? Whatever for Take Time to Unwind Tuesday, I think. Next slide, please. And then a couple more infographics for Thursday and Friday. And we shared all of these on each school's Instagram page just to kind of let kids know what to expect each week and what we were doing.
Here's just some pictures of students on our campuses, and you can really see how much students enjoyed the activities that we put together and how big of an impact doing things that really bring students together can have on our campus culture.
Wow.
Hello, my name is Kara Chavez. I'm a junior at Oak Ridge High School. We have been working diligently this year to get this program started, peer advocacy, at each school site. We are making sure that each school has either a club or class for peer advocacy to shine and benefit as many students as possible. The layout may not look the same at every school, but our initiative to help the mental health of as many students as possible does. We plan to enforce information sessions between our peer advocates and their freshmen at each school to ensure that the purpose of peer advocacy is established. Our commission plans to continue observing and keeping track of the progress of peer advocacy at each school site. That may look like checking in with administration or advisors from time to time to ensure that peer advocacy is thriving at each school. We all wish for this program to make the best possible impact at every school site and hope that it will continue to help students long after we're gone.
Hi, my name is Sophia Siamato, and I'm a junior at Oak Ridge High School. At each of the school sites, we are currently in the process of recruiting potential students to be peer advocates, and we hope to begin training them in the fall with the coursework that has been created. Through peer advocacy, we aim to spread awareness about the wellness centers and other existing resources that can be utilized by students. We hope that the peer advocacy program can be a tool to benefit the students on campus and work alongside the wellness centers to improve students' mental health. Next slide, please. We would like to thank the Board of Supervisors and EDCO for their continued support for our commission and the peer advocacy program. We look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Wow. I'm blown away by your presentation and what you've accomplished. And the presentation today caused me to reflect back on 4 years ago when I first came to be the liaison to the Youth Commission. And that was right during the pandemic. And I remember that first year, we were all struggling to make sense of the world. And we watched all of you having to make sense of what that meant within your educational environment and what that meant to your peers and your friends. And that first year, you did Wellness Week because you knew that everyone was struggling. And yet there were a lot of, confines to what we could and couldn't do. And yet you figured it out. And you had, just an amazing response to help identify and touch that need early on. But then to see that grow as we came out of that, we all realized that our students and our young people their entire lives had been just so destructed. And I mean, it was just so destructive and disruptive of the foundation of your lives. And yet you, while you were still in that space, stepped outside of yourselves and realized that you had a larger purpose and mission, was to help those of your friends and your peers and all of our student population help make sense of the world and focus on wellness and to take a proactive step to emerge resilient out of that space. And you committed yourselves to helping them through that journey. And you didn't know what that looked like, but you found this model at Golden Sierra. You figured that could be a model. And through these last couple of years, you've put in the foundation of bringing that to your peers. And look at what you've accomplished. Not only do we now have a peer advocacy program in El Dorado County, we have it throughout our not in every school, but throughout our school system. You've established a peer advocacy class that is an approved new class at El Dorado High School. You are in the process and have a program to identify and train peer advocate mentors who will then walk alongside all of the other students that come up through our school system. My God, what you've accomplished is incredible. And while I know some of you seniors, you probably have some angst at not seeing the full fruition of your accomplishments, I hope you know that what you have accomplished will be a legacy in El Dorado County. And there's so many of you that will be able to carry that work on and bring where you've come to the new group of youth commissioners that come into our program this next year. So just immensely proud of each and every one of you. You've done amazing work. And I love that you've built on where you came from several years ago. So just well done. And your parents, your friends in our school system and the board of supervisors are just immensely proud of each and every one of you. So at this point, I'd love to open it up for, comments from the board. Then we'll open it up for public comment, and then I'll give out the certificates, and then we'll take a group picture at the end. So
You want to start or?
Sure, I'll go.
Okay.
So it's my pleasure to have been involved with the Youth Commission for, I think, 7 years now. And the incredible transformation that's occurred is just amazing. I mean, it started out as a very energetic, active group, but where it's gotten to today is just, peaked in terms of the progress that's been made, the services that are being offered, the help you're giving to your peers. And that's kind of the emphasis here. And a lot of this gets into mental stress and those kinds of things that we know were peaked by the COVID period. But I think Supervisor Thomas said it well. Resiliency and rebuilding are what keep people going. You have to recognize there's going to be things that impact your life that you don't like, but you have to try to understand them. You have to be resilient to kind of find your way through that. And then you try to rebuild your future or the future of this country or whatever it is, because there's always going to be setbacks. There's always going to be things that kind of dampen your ambitions, but don't give up. Get back in the game, be resilient. And as we've done, I think, on the Board of Supervisors, we've established a lot of things that are focused on resiliency, including our Office of Wildfire Preparation and Resiliency, right? How do we prepare for wildfire? So I think we've been working like you have in those fundamental elements of you experience something that was very negative, you weather through that and you find out methods and you work together in terms of how can we make it better? How do we collaborate? how do we communicate, and how do we implement activities, programs that will make it better for everybody. So you've got it dialed in, and I'm very, very proud of you.
I just want to say kudos. Wendy touched on pretty much everything. And the topic you guys picked, mental health, is unbelievable because I've dealt with that being a pastor of my little church with all the people that came to me and with their mental health problems. And there's a lot of mental health problems in our youth today. And my grandson lost a best friend because of it. Because he had a form of Asperger's is what he had. And the problem is people treated him and bullied him very much so. And he ended up taking his life. And what you guys are doing is reaching out to people is a great thing. And that's what we need to do. And we need to bond together to make sure that things like that never happen. And it was really touching to me because I knew the kid very well. And it's really sad because you have a mental condition and then people end up attacking that particular person and force him in a position that is not good. So
Thank you for sharing that.
you're welcome.
You guys are amazing. I just think you're all so courageous, honestly. Because I know when I was in high school, I wouldn't have stepped into this space. I was nothing like I am today. So just very proud of you all. And I hope that you're able to look back in years to come and see the legacy of all your work. And just, I got to say, baby goats. I know when I used to work back on the Ponderosa High School campus, that was the highlight of the day is when those baby goats were out and about because, boy, that'll put a smile on anybody's face. So just thank you for all you've done and good luck to wishing the seniors the best as you move on to the next chapter of your lives.
Thank you. Well, it's hard to go last. As one of the newer board members, on this body, when I saw you guys last year, I was really taken by you. Some of you I recognize as coming back again this year, and you're leaders in your school, and hopefully you will be leaders in this world as we need that desperately. So thank you for all the hard work that you've done and keep on going. Don't stop. So at this point, let's take public comment on this, and then we'll bring it back to the board to wrap this up.
Now taking public comment on item number 28, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Would anyone in the boardroom like to say anything? Come on up. Glad you could join us, Mr. Smith.
Thank you for having this presentation. My name is Matt Smith. I'm the Director of Mental Health and Wellness with the County Office of Education. Have had the pleasure of working with this group for the last couple of years. They did a great job last year presenting. They did a great job this year presenting. They're doing amazing work. My biggest comment is that kind of what was mentioned, it doesn't stop now. So, when you guys head off to college, you can do this and keep pushing this in college. And then those of you that are going to still be here next year, we still got a lot of work to do, right? And so you need to make sure you get the next group in ready to keep going. So good job, great job, keep it up. Thank you.
And thank you for all you do to support our students. Is there anyone else in the boardroom that would like to comment? All right, seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, so before I go down there and hand out the certificates, I'd like to invite all the seniors up to the podium. I'm gonna put you on the spot for a second, first of all. All right, a little bird told me that our seniors have had a lot of success with with scholarships in this county. So congratulations to each and every one of you. And I know you are all destined for amazing things. And I would love for you to share with the board and our community where you're going to school and what you're going to be studying. So Bailey, do you want to start us off?
I'm going to University of Nevada, Reno, and I'm attending their nursing school and majoring in public health and nursing.
Oh, that's
Awesome.
congratulations. The world has great need in that field. Yeah. Amelia?
I'm going to UC Davis and I'm majoring in molecular and medical microbiology.
I don't even know what that is. That's amazing. Congratulations. Lauren?
I'm going to be going to Georgetown University and I'm going to be studying healthcare management and policy.
Oh, that's amazing. You will be you'll be amazing in the policy field because you've been so effective on the Behavioral Health Commission in bringing the voice to the county. And Lauren is humble. What she didn't tell you is she turned down Stanford. And I love that. So congratulations. Oh.
I will be
Adrian.
attending UCLA
Oh.
and I'll be studying human biology.
No. So pardon my ignorance, what is human biology as opposed to biology?
Biology, but focused on humans and like the pre-med track.
A pre-med track. Wonderful. UCLA. Congratulations.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Rena.
I'm going to go to Cal Poly Humboldt and I'm going to be studying forestry.
Oh, that's a natural tie-in for your skills
Yes.
and your passions and your talents. And boy, I hope you consider coming back to El Dorado County because we desperately need folks that are trained in forestry to help us tackle our resiliency measures like Supervisor Heidel talked about. So yeah, that's wonderful. Congratulations. And Mahi?
I'll be attending the University of Pennsylvania and I'll be studying business economics and public policy at their Wharton Business School.
Oh, at
Wow.
Wharton. Oh, congratulations. Oh my gosh.
Fantastic.
Let's give them all a really. That's impressive. So with that, I'll let you have a quick seat and I'll come down and call you up one at a time. And then we'll take a group picture. Wow.
We could use foresters in Tahoe too, just saying.
Yeah, spread the word, please.
Isn't Tahoe in El Dorado County?
It is, but it's.
Good point.
There you go.
Part of it is and part of it isn't, right? So
Yeah.
it depends on which part.
Yeah,
So we'll take
Thank
a
you.
picture and then we'll take a group picture of you. So Amelia. Yes. Yeah. Amelia. I'm sorry, not Amelia. Yeah. That's tricky. Congratulations. All right. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. And then just stay right by Miss Dawson. Avery. Representing District 4. Congratulations, Avery. Great work. Bailey. Perfect. Amelia. Vice Chair of the Youth Commission. Congratulations. And Eva, is she here today?
She is not.
She's not, that's right. I will give this to you to give to her. And Isabella. Ponderosa, special fond is for Ponderosa. Perfect. Kara. It's all right. Lauren. Thank you for sharing. Stuff like yours as well. My goodness. Mahi. Chair. Many years. Thank you. Sophia. Have you? Rena. Represent District 3. Zofia. Just get 4. Well done. All right. And Mr. Potter.
There you go.
Thank you.
You've done an amazing job.
Thank you.
So. Do you hold this?
Oh, yeah.
Perfect. And actually, I love you. Let's put you right up there and I'll go up there. Yeah,
Me too.
right there. Maybe fix your collar.
Yes, thank you.
There you go. I got you.
Get everybody in.
Get a group picture and Edco, why don't you come down with us too? So. Yeah. Wow, that's a good looking group.
No, don't do that. Stand up. Just stand up. It's fine. It's totally fine.
All right. Oh. Well, thank you all. Just go forth and conquer.
Yeah.
And those of you that will be joining the Youth Commission next year, we can't wait to see what you're going to tackle next year. So really well done. Thank you for being with us today and congratulations.
Congratulations.
Well
Thank
done.
you.
Welcome.
Wow, that's a great way to end our
Oh,
day.
wow.
Don't leave until like. Don't leave it. Thank you.
Good night. Goodbye. All right, so I think we just have 2 froms left. All right, who would like to start us off?
But they're not 2 froms anymore. But besides
Oh, pardon me, board member
Member
updates.
updates.
My
Here it is.
my
That's it.
apologies.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Supervisor Lane, would you like to start us off?
No,
Okay.
my brain is not even there right
Okay,
now.
that's it. Some days I hear you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah, really easy. Lots of meetings, but the only thing really reportable is I attended the RCRC Executive Committee meeting last week. And other than talking about, the annual audits and budgets, just a lot of concerns, discussion about proposed legislation. And so we may be getting some letters, actually requests for letters of opposition. There's some very concerning pieces of legislation out there. And I think all the ones that requests for letters of support, I think have already come through. I think we've handled all those, but there's just some really weird lingering legislation out there. And I hope it's not successful, but I mean, we have to be ready for it. So I don't know what else to say.
I don't think we've been shy about raising our voice when we need to. So
Good point.
keep us posted.
Yep.
So thank you. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to say that met with El Dorado Hills residents and various projects that's going on in El Dorado Hills. One of the ones was Gateway, and John and I both attended, and there was had a lot of residents there, a few residents there and stuff, and some of the concerns that was going on. So we also had Karen Gardner there, and we had Rafael Martinez that was talking about a lot of the infrastructure, everything that's going on. And then Karen Gardner joined me and her staff up there at Pioneer Park. And for the residents of Title 25 and the applications that she put together. So that was a good event. And she got a hug again. She's not a hugger. But anyway, I think it was Matt gave her a hug as well. So it was pretty cute, actually. So then also attended Tumble Time ribbon cutting. We had that. So that was a good thing. In fact, Mark, his daughter goes there all the time.
That's a fun place.
Yeah, it's a fun place. Yeah. So that was good. And then Nick's roasting, co-ribbon cutting, and we had that. It was a coffee place is what it was. a new one that's brought in Cameron Park, so that was good. And then Quack Car Wash, groundbreaking in Cameron Park. So there's a new car wash going in Cameron Park. Also attended the SSCP meeting at Red Hawk. And then also interview with Grizzly Flats with RCD. That was a good thing. And then also met with Joe Patterson down, was at the Capitol. And I spoke on waiving the solar requirements for the residents in Grizzly Flat. Went very well. It passed it's all it has to do is pass the Senate now. If it passes the Senate, then if the governor signs the bill, it's in effect. So that's a great thing. And it was pretty good. It was a 9-0 vote. Oh, yes. And there was 8 Democrats. So they all support it too. So I think that's great. Also, and let's see. And then yesterday we had a media thing in Grizzly Flat. And actually, I don't understand why I even was there because it wasn't even on TV. They only talked about the people cutting the trees. So that was a media presentation and stuff. And maybe they might do it later. I don't know. But anyway, it was a good event. So anyway, that's all.
Very good. Thank you.
I just have 2 items. Last Thursday, I listened in on the Little Hoover Commission's discussion. They're continuing to talk about the fire insurance situation and what's going on, and they're going to come up with the recommendations for the governor and the state legislature. So I'm waiting to see what their list is, but it was a very comprehensive evaluation of where we are in this state, and it's not pretty, but hopefully the recommendations are listened to and there's a path forward that makes it a little bit easier for people to get insurance and actually afford to pay for it. So all those things. And then likewise, the same afternoon that I attended the Pioneer Community Energy monthly meeting, the primary discussion was on legislative measures. And we were supporting the biomass legislative activities that are going on with the state to try to make sure that maintains its level of funding and visibility. So I think that was the primary takeaway from that particular meeting, but leave it at that.
Okay, very good. You ready now?
Nope, still not ready.
Okay, great. So, just my noteworthy items are, I appreciated attending an input session with OES yesterday, and they were looking at identifying gaps of communication with our Hispanic population as well as our senior population in terms of emergency connectedness and in making sure that in a time of crisis we can connect with those vulnerable populations. So it was very interesting and good brainstorming session. I appreciate Lieutenant Morton putting that on. I'm the board's appointee to the Evelyn Horn Scholarship Committee, and we meet once a year. And so that meeting was this last week. And so we will be giving a nice hefty amount of money to 3 students whose names shall not be revealed at this point. But it was once again amazing to see all the good work of our young people, and excited to give some money to very deserving students. I've also attended the Child Abuse Prevention Council annual flag raising ceremony this last week. And this is always a solemn occasion where we remember the victims of child abuse who have died at the hands of those who are entrusted to love and care for them the most. And the El Dorado County Child Abuse Prevention Council did a beautiful job. It was hosted by the El Dorado Community Health Center. And it was a really, really lovely and solemn event, and a cautionary tale for all of us to, if we see something, to say something, to reach out to families that we see struggling, and to be a voice for those who may need us the most. And then following the trip from cap to cap, representing the El Dorado Water Agency and El Dorado County met this week with Supervisor Parlin and the Office of a Whopper, our agency staff, the water agency, to follow up on takeaway lessons from cap to cap and to see if there's any opportunities for follow-up with the legislators we met. So I appreciated our staff meeting with me on that. So those were my noteworthy takeaways. Our CAO.
Well, today concludes the 5th meeting in April. So we
oh wow.
So we will take next week will be dark.
Mm-hmm.
We will reconvene on May 14th in Tahoe, which is the first time we've done that, I hear, in 4 or 5 years. Maybe.
Been a bit,
It's been
yeah.
a while.
Yeah.
So,
6 or 7.
so that will be nice. Looking forward to it.
Looking forward to that. And next week, the board is dark, so the board can attend Farm Day
Yes.
at the
Yeah.
El Dorado County Fairgrounds. So really excited about that. And once again, a shout out of gratitude to the El Dorado Fair Board Association for hosting the lunch today. So with that, thank you all, and El Dorado County, thanks for being with us, and good night.
Good night.
All right, we did it.